Okay, hello everybody. Um, so now we will start this launch of Blockchain for Belgium, and it's a real pleasure for me to welcome you to this event. Um, the European AI Week has started on Monday, and we have had more than 4,000 people attending the first sessions. Um, so so now we will start launch of Blockchain for Belgium. Okay, that's fun. Okay, that's so fun. The European AI Week has started Monday. Okay, this is the metaverse. Okay. Okay, so I can go on or okay, that's fun. Okay, that's so fun. Okay, this is the metaverse. Okay. Okay, so I go on or let's wait a few minutes to fix this problem because we have a delay in the live and the live streaming. Let's wait a few minutes to fix this problem because we have a delay live and the live streaming. Pas branché? Wait a few minutes to fix this problem. We have a delay the live streaming. Okay. Oui, mais moi j'ai pas besoin de. Ok, donc on est live là ou... Ouais. Ok, donc là on peut démarrer. Voilà, donc it is a pleasure for me and all the team to welcome you in for the launch of Blockchain for Belgium. So, as you know, the European AI Week has started on Monday. It's successful. We have plenty of events in Belgium, but also abroad. We have partnered with Expo 2020 Dubai. We have had more than 4,000 people attending the first event online and more uh, physically. Yesterday I was in Ghent for AI for Flanders and AI for Growth event. It was very successful, and today we are in an hybrid mode, SPF BOSA, for this launch. So AI for Belgium has grown since 3 years. So on Friday it's the third birthday. You are more than welcome to that. And the main idea we have with this event is to launch an initiative that is similar to AI for Belgium, and that will, at the end, integrate all the technology, something like Deep Tech for Belgium. So the first phase is to create this coalition. There are many actors, many ecosystems. There are already some ecosystem that aims at bringing together the people, so like Wallchain, like Bax, for example. But I think we go further and have from the start also global view, or at least a European view. We have the pleasure to have today Christophe Martens, who has led this initiative from the beginning, and I will let him more to explain you the agenda of today. Hello, we're gonna make it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all, and happy to see you here. So, how to bring Belgium into breakthrough innovation with blockchain? That's the question I'm asking you today. Really happy to have you all here together. As you know, the blockchain is at a crossroad. Where the internet was 20 years ago. We all remember we had private network, public network. Same story goes for blockchain. We have private network, Hyperledger, Corda. We have open network with Ethereum, Polkadot, Tezos, and other. In blockchain, there's innovation have brought and continue to bring many innovation on the political, ecological, social, economical, and political level. Also raise question, legal question, ethical question, fiscal question, all of these questions. That's why we organize and I facilitate this event today with the help and support of BOSA. I'm Christophe Martens, and I'm pleased to facilitate this day with more than 30 international blockchain actors from all walks of life, and we will together try to answer this question. Thanks again to the speaker and the people attending this session. I'm happy to let the word to Nicolas.
Hi all, thank you for the introduction, Christophe, and for having me here. Many people start a speech like this by saying that they're privileged or honored to be there, but I've rarely meant this so much than today. The reason is that I really feel blessed to be not really an actor, but just to be present there at the sort of birth foundation of this great initiative. There's a reason for that. I think that we have we live in times that are unique in terms of possibilities that are ahead of us. We now have a converging set of technologies that carry the promise of potentially reshaping entire industries, entire businesses, potentially to reinvent the way societies and institutions work. And rarely in history have we had such a moment, such a defining moment where so many great technologies are now maturing to create these opportunities for reinventing the world. And I think Belgium can and Belgium should take an active role, even a leadership role, in redefining the way we work, the way we collaborate, and the way we manage businesses and society. But it takes two things. It takes full ecosystems where you have or the entire society actually that really works together towards building these new models and trying and testing these new technologies and inventing the new possibilities and making them work. So we need to build those communities, and that's exactly what AI for Belgium was about, and it's exactly what blockchain for Belgium now really is about, putting everybody around the table all together, working towards making Belgium an actor, a leader in this new world. But it also takes the full set of technologies. You need the full technology stack in order to build the future. And so next to AI, we needed the blockchain, and we also need the other layers of this digitalization technologies like the IoT, like 5G, etc. And so we need really to build not just a blockchain ecosystem, not just an AI ecosystem. We need a deep tech ecosystem. Belgium, and I think today is one step toward that objective. And I'm really happy to see this taking shape, and very grateful for Boza and for Christophe and for Nathanael and all of those that are participating to this initiative. Really take the lead and take this initiative. So congratulations for this achievement already. And Christophe, I'd like to give back to you. Tell us what's ahead of us for a great day.
So really happy to be here and to set up this one, to facilitate it. I see a lot of people from different from the European Commission, European blockchain and others at sea, like DAO, so centralized autonomous organization with Xavier, fiscal aspects, NFTs, monetize this kind of technology, metaverse as well. So a lot of words popping up. I'm really happy now to welcome, introduce Tariq Krim. Tariq is ex-CEO of NetVibes, really known platform, also for Polit One. Um, Tariq will speak about, we speak more and more about the Web 2, the Web 3. I agree personally, but at one point we have to have a real world which is a Web 2.5. Will you explain you? Tariq, welcome, and I'm happy to see you.
Hi everyone, hello. So I actually made Web 2.5 as a joke, but apparently it is an acronym. Hello, hi, my name is Terry Krim. I've been a tech entrepreneur, especially focused on what we used to call the Web 2.0, and I've been lucky, blessed to start this revolution with a company called NetVibes, and seeing the end of that revolution happening with Early Cloud when we discovered, that was my second company, when we discovered that there was no possibility be as free as we were in the beginning, because basically an entire structure of technology, what we now call big tech, happened to take over. So the thing about the internet is, what really changed in some ways is the scale of the internet. Started in early days, internet online communities, just thousands of people connecting with modems. That was what we usually compare as the utopia. And then with social media and blogs, started having millions of people connected, using what we kind of called at the time Web 2.0, the ability to discuss, to create, and actually produce content. And then we had suddenly, out of the blue, probably because of this thing, the phone, the creation of platforms, and platforms, we also call them super apps in China, became aggregators of billions of people. The internet, it used to be open, just became a black box internet. Why is Facebook or Google doing this? Why does this and that happens? Why is this picture instead of this one chosen? I don't know. Nobody knows. Why is this political stance put over and not this one? We don't know. It's an entire black box. The problem is that because of that immediate result of aggregating massive number of users into the platform, turn the world inside down and upside down. And basically, you look at this map, the level of freedom online has, the internet has been, actually, we believed that it was going to be the opposite. And now we're talking about the splinternet, the idea that suddenly, if Russia reconnect, actually assemble with China and do internet that is differentiated from ours, then what is the myth of the original internet, that is this global platform, might die. So the way of how platforms operated and aggregation of power operated, it entirely changed warfare. And at the moment, if you look at how we're actually in the moment, especially with current war in Ukraine, basically there's two things that happens at the same time. First one is the traditional cyber warfare, that is about hacking infrastructure. It's about finding exploits. Actually happened for the first time, really, Stuxnet in Iran, that is the first successful attack, industrial attack over a country. But that opened a Pandora box. Because technology is now allowing people to exploit in many services, including NSA, CIA have been hacked, and the technology is disseminated, and now it's a nightmare. On the other side, there's what we call the like war. Like war refers to like a war. It's an Orwellian nickname, but it's part of what we usually call the semantic war, and it's about how we hack people. This is the power we gave a social network, program our brains, mostly for commerce, but what was possible for commerce became politics. And now we're in this complete insanity where all the psyops are operated all the time. You can just going on right now with the current war in Ukraine. You can see in real time how propaganda is operated and replicated through social media. Problem is, how do we solve that? So cyber war, this idea of what we call digital resiliency, is going to be a stronger problem as we discover that when all your data is in the cloud somewhere and goes through a submarine cable, that cable is cut, then what happens? Exactly what's happening in Russia. You know, two of the main operators, level 3 Cogent, have used their capacities, have no external connection whatsoever. So there's also the question of digital sovereignties. How do you probably create a more sovereign space at digital space? This is still very complex to do. Part of the technology disseminated over the world. I mean, chips are made in Taiwan, technology mostly done in Silicon Valley. So how do you do that? And then there's the legal thing, like governance, the GDPR, the idea that you need to invest in infrastructure. And so far, what we've really been amateur hour in the infrastructure level. And then you have the how do you go against manipulation and like war? And the regulation is probably not enough. I mean, there's been laws after laws after laws about how we're going to regulate social media. It's a never-ending story. Um, the idea of building alternatives to social media, this is one of the big things of Web3, is like, how do we reinstate this and formalize it in a different way? But this is going to be, still is a massive problem. So how we got there is, I believe it's been something I've been researching for a long time, is how do we end up being in a world that we do not control when we have the most powerful tool at our disposal, incredible power, and still we're out of control. This is what I call the great dispossessed, la grande dépossession. And this idea is that we always had the space, physical space was always separate in three: personal stuff, your books, vinyls, everything that you had at home, magazines, stuff that you had, and they were yours. You had the public space, you know, healthcare, hospitals, education, libraries, culture, etc. And then you had this commercial space, where you know that everything in the store is about selling you something. Kind of aware of it. Might be annoying sometimes, but you actually get to it. What happened with the cloud is that suddenly we started digitizing everything. Music became free, documents, docs, etc. Photos came on photos. And we started uploading this in the cloud. And in the same time, the public conversations started to move across the social network, what we usually call the hashtag activism. Suddenly, part of the conversation, the public conversation, goes social media. The problem that we have with this is that what used to be our digital life line in the cloud on our iPhone or Android, and what used to be the public conversation that is now operated by Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, etc., became a privatized space. It is run by the rules. And what we believed are our intimacy, not our anything we have on Facebook, actually, like Facebook is looking at everything we do, and Instagram and WhatsApp, etc. And that's part of something that suddenly we didn't fully understand. Same way the public space, we didn't. I mean, now we know with the election of Trump, the Brexit, and everything that happened over the last 5 years, we kind of have a good awareness of this. But we didn't have that awareness that suddenly I wake up and something appears on my phone and I'm angry. Someone decided or something decided what made me or happy, depending on what they want to sell me. And the problem is that this commercial space became a weaponized. Right now, happening in Europe with Ukraine is obvious how we've been using any technology possible, gaining out of sympathy, creating anxiety, weaponize anxiety on social media, probably seen with all the image. And that posed a really big problem. So now we're in a moment where we have two blocks that are basically trying to figure out how to control. We have this geopolitical here, but we don't know if the companies that are coming from the West, companies that are coming from China are totally aligned. Well, I would say now we have a good answer. Because the moment YouTube decided to disable the Russian service, many of the companies from Silicon Valley decided decided to connect most of the Russian services. Big tech is as all the CEOs have. And for China, there was no doubt, of course. So the question of, and that's something that I've been wondering for a long time, is that when we wanted computer, when we invented computer, there were no personal computers just here. Mostly invented to either launch missile or Vietnam War and bureaucratize the West. That was kind of early task. And it took us to get to personal computers, have what personal at the first computers with CDs and discs we could own and store at home. We started having a private life. And with Apple and the multimedia, everything we used to do with analog became digital, super, super fastly online. And what happened is a few companies decided to take advantage of that and say, I'll be your entry gate. I will be the entry point to discover your life. Google did that, Apple did that, etc. And the problem is now our life is fragmented in so many different, and we have no idea how to get all of that. I'm just going to do a quick, I would say, advertising. This is what I've been working on with actually my platform, Polite, is how do we create a sovereignty over all data and DC all around the internet. But the problem is that there's one thing that is critical. I believe that is one of the greatest contribution of the so-called Web3, the blockchain, and the crypto. That is identity. And one of the catastrophe of the current internet that I do not call Web 2, I call it the black box internet. I want to make clear that Web 2 was a little glimpse of hope for a couple of years before it became what we have now, the commercialized, entirely commercialized on mobile internet. And this idea that our identity is run by other people is insane when you think about it. Someone cut your Google account. What actually happened, when Facebook shut down, I was going to try to get a Lime scooter, and then I discovered my bank account on my Lime scooter was actually attached to my Facebook, so I couldn't actually use this. So we give so much power in terms of identity to a few companies. And when you look at how, I was just talking about the evolution of crypto, how it started as a technology for the military, for conversation, then thankfully, after a long fight, but that was part of, in France, we managed to get crypto to be used in a browser, so we really a conversation. And now it's moving into the blockchain and crypto assets. But if you think about this, the world rebuilding is kind of fascinating because the early days on the internet was very expansionist. The idea was like, how do we put a computer in every place, a mobile in every internet everywhere? And the ideology was more attached to what I would call a cyberpunks, because a lot of the things we do now were basically inspired by William Gibson's vision in The Neuromancer. The same way the metaverse is kind of obviously inspired by the Samurai Virtuel, the 90s Neil Stephenson, books. And now we're living in a world that is extractionist. So after we got everyone with computers, what we decided to do is extract as much as we can. But not only data, behaviors, we can generate them. We can basically we do not only we do AI testing, but we do that on humans. Basically. That's what all the service we use are doing. They're testing us. They're trying to extract as much data. And the ideology that was around this was, I would mostly call it the hustler, Silicon Valley hustler kind of mentality, because for me, there's a company that extremely standardized all that is Uber, is how we get from a concept into a global company, trying to figure out every way to get the user to there. And now we're entering an interesting place because we are entering the national world. So everything is going to be computational, programmed. Money, of course, but data centers. If you look at how data centers are now built, the majority of the traffic of the internet is in data centers, not in the cable or not everywhere. I mean, Google, Facebook, all these guys have so much compute power. And now they're basically programming it, turning it into human, almost like living piece of software that can be reprogrammed and reshaped, has incredible impact on how the traffic goes. Same thing with the money. And what is fascinating with I found now is that the decentralization that was always happened. It happened in Web 2, it happened before. It always go back to centralization. The decentralization seems to be the defining ideology of the world. So in some ways, with the internet and the user experience, the mobile, the cloud, what we end up building were computer device. This is the most advanced computing device that we built. And with the crypto and what I call TX, basically token experience, the equivalent of what a user experience would be token, what we're trying to aim to build are computational environments. And this is fascinating because if we dive into these computational environments, the question of identity, who we are, going to be. Imagine that right now we do not understand how the internet works. And us experts, we have no idea how algorithms work. If we dive in a living mechanism, computational environment, our ability to understand is less. So right now, what I look at in the Web3 space is that there's a ton of companies trying to figure out this problem, trying to figure out how we're going to create that identity layer, how we're going to make sure that a user first his identity, can you go between chains, you can go from one blockchain where all your assets are, just be able to move elsewhere without losing all the value you created in the first one. There's so many problems that are interesting. I believe that this idea of what Web 2.5 is that Web 3 will emerge in a certain direction. Honestly, I don't know what will stick and what won't. But there's an extremely valuable value around the identity, this idea of a decentralized identity. I own my identity, and it sticks with me. It's not attached to someone else. And I believe that if we can figure out a way to add that layer on top, we have already the internet, IP over everything. We have the web stack, we have the Web 2, meaning that the cloud and the idea of creating rich experiments. The only thing we do not have is this identity layer. And if we can figure out a way to add this on top of the existing, what I actually call as a joke, Web 2.5, that is a mix between the best of Web 2.0 and this identity layer of Web 3, we would make an incredible milestone and create not only services that could be truly independent, but could be also unique to us and in a way of trust, because more and more what we see is that cloud and the structure, the way it was designed, is not valid. It's not going to work in the long term. Who wants to give everything of the data to a few companies that honestly, not that they don't even care, is they don't have the mindset, they don't have the people, they don't have the ability to handle billions of people. States do not know how to do it, have much more resources. So the idea that a computer will actually organize all of that for us is lunatic. So my belief is that layers are better. And when I see people saying, what do you think about Web3? It sounds shaky. I've said, no, it's just a new layer with stuff that are going to be laying up on top of the others. The same way we had the internet, same way we had mobile, but I think mobile at some point we need to figure out a way to get away from it because it's too concentrated in companies. We have the open web, and now we have this layer of Web3 and identity that can stick up on top. And I truly believe that instead of figuring out how to disconnect from the existing internet, we need to figure out a way to fix what we have so far, because at some point it is the only thing that we actually created over the last 30, 40 years that has value. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Tarek. So a lot of important about this transition. Very happy to hear you on this. So merci beaucoup, Tarek. Next presenter will be Xavier Damon. And Xavier launched an initiative which is called DAO Brussels. I'm really happy so we learn a bit more about what's a decentralized autonomous organization, what it is, what it fits, what Xavier is aiming to do. So thanks a lot, Xavier. Oh.
All right, is this okay? Can you see the screen? Yet? Yeah? Yeah, I don't have any feedback here, so. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Good morning, everyone. So I'm here to talk to you about DAOs. Of course, Web3, it's kind of lot of buzz right now. But maybe first, quickly about me. I'm originally from Belgium. I'm an engineer in computer science. I'm a dad. I'm an entrepreneur. And I actually happened to live for 10 years in San Francisco and New York City. So I did a few startups. So I come from the Web 2 space. So we had the Web 2.5 space right now, demonstration with Tariq. And so now I'm going to take you to the Web 3. That's a good transition. But first, I think it's good to place us again back in the big context, the big picture. A friendly reminder, as of today, we are still heading to extinction. We break the new record for the concentration of CO2 emission in the atmosphere. So this is not good. We still need to do something about that. But how can we do something? We do a lot of different things, but we still seeing those advertisements that kind of lie to us. We've been promised freedom with all of those cars, but we are stuck in traffic jam. We've been promised like good organic food, and then we have this industrial problem is that shareholders are actually different than stakeholders, right? We have a very small number of people who invest in companies, have most of the shares of companies, and then most of us, including nature, we don't have a board seat, right? And so as a result of the award, a society managed through those programs. And we have those companies that have become masters. They perfected the art of spreadsheet and PowerPoint. That's why you hire consultants. So shareholders don't have skin in the game, and that's a problem. So we keep on destroying the environment because we don't see the impact. We don't live where we are having an impact, actually. And on the other side, stakeholders, what we can only do is consume and work for the shareholders. We see all those ads all the time asking us to consume, stay asleep, obey, and so on. So, and we can only work, right? So it's kind of this concept of wage slavery, right? Most of us, in order to put food on the table or to continue the lifestyle that we become addicted to, we basically need to work for a hierarchy, for those privately owned companies with a limited number of owners. So we want freedom, right? I'm not going to shout like in the movie, but you get the idea. So how are we going to get free and how are we going to change the system? We need to realign incentives because at the end of the day, it's all about incentives. There is no point in blaming people for buying SUVs if we keep on bombarding them with advertisement for SUVs. We are all the product of our environment. So let's not blame each other, right? We are all victims in many ways. And we need to understand that we are all stakeholders. We are all on the same boat. So we need to realign that. Stakeholders need to become shareholders. And actually, this is not just, wishful thinking and, thank you, Xavier, but you are such an idealistic, but that will never work. Well, I spent 7 years actually in San Francisco doing startups and Silicon Valley. Maybe you've seen the show. Turn out Silicon Valley companies have outperformed all the other companies. And there are many reasons to that, but one of the reasons was that actually they were giving ownership, they were giving equity to their employees, right? And that's something that in Europe, in Belgium, is actually it's so much more rare for employees to own part of the company. And when you are a co-owner, you have much more motivation to go beyond just your job description. You're really gonna spend the extra time to make it really work. And so you become also much more agile, and startups have been great for the past 2 decades, and so on. But we are going more and more toward decentralization, as Tariq was mentioning before. And the extreme example of that is actually Bitcoin. Bitcoin is it's an organization in a way, but there is no HQ, there is no office, there is no hotline, yet it coordinates millions of people around the world to work together to create something of value. And that's the ultimate point of decentralization. The key of Bitcoin is that once you buy some Bitcoins, you become a shareholder. You become a co-owner of that network. And so now you are incentivized to become an evangelist. You're incentivized to make the network work. You cannot beat that. People are going to, if you give ownership to people, they're going to be evangelizing your product, your company, whatever it is, in a way that employees just cannot care less. They just do the job description and then they go back home and consume. And this is basically what we call DAOs. Bitcoin is the first DAO. It's a decentralized autonomous organization. It coordinates people to build something together of value. It coordinates people without incorporating. And so in the case of a DAO, the ownership is not just investors or the funding team. It's actually investors, people who put money, but also the core contributors and the community. It creates a very new agile form of organization. So how does a DAO work? Like in its simplest form, a DAO actually is nothing more than a couple of people on the internet that have a shared crypto wallet, and they decide to manage that together for a shared purpose. That's really what it is. But it's really a profound change, because in the way that the internet enabled communities to have their own media, now we have DAOs that enable communities to have their own economy. And that's a big change, because it means that we can finally address this problem of the tragedy of the commons. In any community, you have common goods, public goods, but nobody wants to pay for that, because there is the free rider problem. And the way we've solved that is, of course, with taxes. But governments and nation states so far had the monopoly to basically say how we're going to leave our taxes and who is going to benefit from those taxes. What are the teachers that we're going to give money to? But of course, we need to control, so they're going to have to teach all the same thing, and so on and so on. So we end up in a system that is very top-down, one size fits all, not because we are evil, but because it was the only thing we could do within the framework that we had at our disposal. But once you give communities their own economy, all of a sudden you decentralize the decision-making process. You enable every single community to say, oh, we believe that this contribution is a good contribution for our community, and we're going to reward that. And so that's what really gets me really excited. Another way to look at this is that DAOs are basically to human organization what email has been to snail mail. Fundamentally the same thing, but because you make it 10,000 times faster and cheaper, and you remove borders, you remove limitations, you create basically an entirely new world of possibilities. Right? You replace newspapers with websites, blogs, and so on. And so now we are going to replace corporations with those top-down hierarchies owned by a few number of people to those bottom-up networks owned by the many. And that will make sure that everyone in the community has at least what it needs, the floor, to be able to contribute to the economy, and also that they are not going to go over the top, over the ceiling, because otherwise, well, they have skin in the game, basically, because it's decentralized. They have no interest. People who participate in the community have no interest in destroying the environment. We see already a lot of different DAOs. It's still very early days. The first one started as kind of investment clubs, so people putting together their crypto money and then deciding, coordinating about where they should put that money, where they should invest. But we see starting emerging media DAOs, service DAOs, groups of freelancers that basically want to work together and work as a community. As of today, we count almost 5,000 DAOs that have together a treasury of $9 billion. So this is not nothing. This is really happening. This is growing fast. There is already 1.8 million token holders. 500,000 people have already voted in the DAOs. So this is new, early days, but this is the future. A16Z, Andreessen Horowitz, one of the largest VCs, wrote, the future of work is not corporate, it's DAOs and crypto network. I have a 9-year-old daughter. I am convinced that she will not work for a privately owned company. Why would she? If you had the choice between working for a privately owned company and see the result of your work, the value that you create being captured by a small number of people who don't live in your community, right? Who don't have skin in the game, versus working for the community, which is much more meaningful. You feel much more rewarded. But why would you work for private interest? You can work for the community. And that's the end goal. The end goal is the ikigai. I don't know if you're familiar with that concept, Japanese concept. It's the intersection of what you are good at, what you love doing, what the world needs, and what you can be paid for. So far, if you wanted to work for the community, you basically had to work for the government. But now every single community, thanks to DAOs, will have the ability to reward the people who contribute to the communities that you are part of, that you love. And then, of course, this donut concept to make sure that we take care of everyone and that we also take care of our environment. I don't know if you're familiar with solarpunk. From an artistic standpoint, this is also kind of the end goal of this future. Solarpunk is a genre and art movement that envision a future that might look, what the future might look like, if humanity succeeded in solving the major contemporary issues of climate change, but also rising inequalities, sustainability, and so on. It's a future that embraces nature, it's a future that embraces technology, and it's a future that makes everyone a stakeholder and a shareholder of their community. WAGME, this is what we say in the crypto communities. We are all gonna make it. And I invite you, if you wanna learn more about all of that, on DAO.Brussels. This is the DAO of the crypto citizens of the capital of Europe. We are doing this to practice ourselves what it is like to create a DAO. We can do that together. And we organize various events. And also, we just started organizing an NFT contest to help people reimagine the city in this solarpunk future. And there's going to be the exhibition this coming Sunday at the Citizen Corner. So you are all warmly invited to join us. That's what I have for you today. Thank you. Questions, maybe?
Thank you. In the room, DAO? I don't.
No question. All right. If you have questions, you can reach out on Twitter. It's easy. Or you can join the Discord. All the information on DAO.Brussels. So thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Very pleased now to introduce Thibaut Verbist, which is a lawyer specialized in blockchain, and that will give us a word about the Web3, a new hype of the future of internet. I saw Thibaut introduce a new book that I'll show you. The book is called, it's in French, it's co-written with Alain Van Gelderen, and it's called Tout ce que vous avez toujours voulu savoir sur les crypto-monnaies sans jamais oser le demander. Donc, un nouveau livre que Thibaut nous a écrit. So Thibaut, the word is for you, and thanks again for joining us. The word is yours. You're welcome.
No, I'm feeling good. So
yeah, something like that. Yeah, because thank you, sir.
good and maybe less news. Data. You may have heard of it, right? And it has been rejected. So there are some rumors still on, online. It has been rejected. So there were some MEPs wanted to ban Bitcoin, actually, to name it, and because of its supposedly negative ecological impact, and it was rejected by the Commission, by the rapporteur, and the German rapporteur Berger, and if you still read sometimes some emotional tweets or posts, no, it has been rejected. And now the discussion will be, is still going on concerning the, again, supposedly negative impact of Bitcoin for the environment, but in another context. It's going to be in the context of the so-called taxonomy on investments. You know, there is a new taxonomy in a new European regulation that relates to so-called impact investing, where you measure the negative or positive impact of an investment of financial instruments, and so the proposal is more to assess Bitcoin as an investment and assess its negative and to rank, to tag Bitcoin as more or less positive or negative investment. So there will be a discussion around it. No, the other good news of Mika, there are two good news, basically two good news, very basic good news. The first good news is that you have a European passport, and that's the most important add-on of Mika, European passport. And as a lawyer, I know how difficult it is for crypto actors today to thrive in Europe with so many different national regulations. If you're an exchange in Europe, it's difficult. It's not impossible because it's just a mess. Let's be very simple. It's just a mess. It's just a mess. Most European countries just do not understand what crypto is. So some countries are super flexible, not because they want, just because they don't understand. And other may be super strict, and it's just a mess. So to come up with a regime where whether you're an exchange or like Binance or others, or you are what we call a custodian, so a custodian wallet, so you hold crypto on behalf of clients, that's going to be a regulated activity. It's today subject to anti-money laundering obligations under the 5th AML directive, but light and, as I said, super messy in terms of transposition. It just doesn't work. So to come up with a European passport for crypto provider, good, thumb up, good. And the second good news in the Mika, or third good news, is that you have a light regime concerning ICOs. No, when I say ICO, people sometimes insult me because you don't say ICO because this is a very bad buzzword. Okay, sorry guys, for the public sale of utility tokens, okay, the Mika doesn't use the words I just used, but that's how everybody understands the regime. So for the public sale of utility tokens, there is no visa or authorization. It's a notification. So you notify the white paper of your public sale of utility tokens to the competent authority of your country, of the country of issuance. Good news, because it's only a notification regime, and there were, of course, some lobbies, pushing for the regime to be an authorization regime. which is not necessarily the most flexible regime for a very agile environment, right? Because you need to wait for the authorization of your regulator, and it can take months in certain cases. So it's good. There are some discussions and misunderstanding also concerning the scope of the MiCA regime on tokens. And that's super complex. If you read the MiCA, you see this is typical of European regulations, where you see this is the result of so many compromises that the reading of the text is complicated. And so you have a by default regime for utility tokens, where you need to notify a white paper, and whether you have some basic common sense rules in terms of transparency, honesty. Of course, that's common sense. But you have some sub-regimes for NFTs. That's another buzzword, NFTs. And so I read recently in the press some crypto posts. They say, they banned the NFTs because no, it's a financial instrument. No, stop. There is too much emotion around it. There is no ban of NFTs. The NFTs are indeed mentioned in MiCA. Non-fungible tokens are mentioned in MiCA, yes. They are treated as digital assets. And that's super important because for those who are familiar more or less with NFTs, you know that there is a very fundamental question of qualification of the NFTs in terms of regulation and tax treatment. And the first key question is an NFT a digital asset under digital asset regulations that exist, like in France? In France, it's abundant now, literature already now on NFTs. So you just have to read now the MiCA. Yes, NFTs are digital assets. Yes. You may read otherwise. No. Yes. It's a digital asset. So what does it mean? It means that it will be treated fiscally speaking as a digital asset, first. And secondly, that every time you have a secondary market of NFTs, the secondary market will be subject also to regulations. Minimum anti-money laundering. That's important because look at OpenSea. There is no regulation, no KYC, nothing in terms of anti-money laundering. That's the big change for the NFTs. Digital assets, but the big difference compared to normal, I would say, utility tokens is that there is no obligation to notify white paper to the authority, which makes sense because NFTs are not designed for raising funds like utility tokens. Makes sense. There is no notification of white paper to the regulator. And to make it short, because I realize that I'm taking too much time on this, is that you have a super hard to read regime concerning the issuers of asset-backed tokens and so-called stable coins. Let's say super hard to read regime concerning stable coin issuers. To say it simply, is they mix up e-money with new regimes, with a double level regime where you are small, you have a certain level of regulation, where you are significant, and this is a very elegant way to name Libra without naming Libra. And you become significant, you are becoming, you are then under the umbrella of the European Banking Authority. I'm not going into the details of the regime. Try to understand it and we can share. And so it's gonna, once adopted, 2 years. 2 years process to be enforced, the regime. Let's count 2 years. Europe will be like the GDPR. You know GDPR? So Europe will be super cool
super well drafted, hopefully, regulation, but not maybe with very few actors to be regulated. That's now exactly the trade-off and what we are talking about. You say, are we coming up with the perfect regulation but with no one to regulate? That's going to be the key question in the coming month. I don't know if you know what I mean. Now concerning Web3, Web3 is, as personally speaking, it's one of my key drivers when I decided some years ago to dedicate all my time to blockchain. All my time today for almost six years now has been dedicated to crypto. It's one of the key reasons why I decided to abandon everything, give up on everything, and do only crypto and blockchain. Is because personally, I just don't care about making short-term profits with crypto. I think this is just totally uninteresting. I may shock some people, but and I wrote a book on how to make good investments. So you may say, this guy is completely paradoxical. No, it's just I wanted in my book to share what I think is the minimum level of knowledge and information for people to avoid mistakes. But not to incite people to make investments. I don't care. This is not how you're going to change the society. You're going to not change the society with short-term profit minds. No. But you're going to change the society by understanding the leverage that blockchain is providing, is offering. And that's becoming much more exciting. And there are many things cooking up and happening now in the so-called DeFi. Forget about NFTs. For me, NFTs today, it's a bubble, it's a hype. The technology is great. It makes art, digital art possible, super cool. But the market around NFTs, this is the worst of the crypto. Really, manipulation of markets. Pure profit-minded people, etc. It's going to explode. This is not Web 3.0. It's not. You can read in many newspapers, crypto posts, etc. NFTs, that's the new Web 3.0. It's not. Yes, it's crypto, it's non-fungible tokens, it's on a blockchain, you have a wallet. But this is not Web 3.0. To have a wallet doesn't mean that you are coming up with a new society, right? Doesn't mean that. So what is Web 3.0? It's just my vision, and I may be wrong. You have 4 elements, and those 4 elements must be, in my view, reunited. Then we can talk about Web 3.0. First element is self-sovereign identity, right? This is what a wallet makes possible. But it's not just about assets. It's about your identity, right? This is the first fundamental brick of Web 3.0. So you know what the Web 1, Web 2 are, okay? Needless to explain. But the new internet means decentralized identity, first brick. And there we are pretty much today nowhere. The European Commission has proposed a digital identity and not sure it's going to be decentralized. Yes, it's going to be a wallet, but controlled by who? If that's controlled by the authorities, this is not Web 3.0, right? It's not. So decentralized identity. It means that when I am on a marketplace, and in the future it won't be Amazon, because this is not decentralized, and you will share with that marketplace only what you want to share. And only data that you own, you hold, you control. And that no one else control. So it means also that it's good for your privacy, but it's also much more secure. Because look at what's going on today, it's crazy. Every time you want to connect to a website, you use Google Connect or Facebook Connect. This is crazy, guys. But you imagine how crazy it is? So it means that everything you do, not talking about the ads on Google, but just this, you make yourself visible, your identity, to those big guys in the United States every time you do something on the internet. And even sometimes public administrations use Facebook to identify you. This is crazy. This is crazy. Not just in terms of privacy, but also in terms of security. Because those are points of failure in terms of security. It happened over the recent month that those guys have been hacked. You know it. So it cannot last. This is not sustainable. It's Web 3.0 is just the natural evolution of the internet. Forget about NFTs. It's just the natural future next step. The current system is just not sustainable. So self-sovereign identity. Second is a new definition of ownership. That's why NFTs are interesting, of course. A new definition of ownership. Look at what's going on with the metaverses. Metaverses is not just about a hype and Facebook Meta. It's creepy. I agree with that. That's creepy. Facebook, creating a new monopoly on a metaverse, that's creepy. But that's why it's super important to look positively at the other metaverses which are popping up and which are decentralized. Whether you like it or not, it's happening. And this is a new ownership paradigm. This is a new ownership paradigm, the metaverses, not Meta, Facebook, the other ones. And so this is a new ownership paradigm. Yes, that's the second brick of Web 3.0. The second brick is self-governance. Self-governance is what you can observe in the DeFi, but with a lot of flaws, because this is human condition. People are greedy. But at the same time, my philosophical or spiritual conviction is that every time humanity is going to a next level of consciousness, and there is always a technology that accompanies that new leap to a new level of consciousness. Like a child is growing, going through different levels of consciousness, humanity goes to the same levels of consciousness, and now there are new levels of consciousness. Internet appeared, mainstream internet, appeared 25 years ago because that technology was necessary for a new level of consciousness in humanity to arise, to emerge. I am the citizen of a global village. I value your culture as much as I value mine. This is ecology. This is coaching. This is caring about emotions, my emotions, yours. It's a new level of consciousness that didn't exist 100 years ago or 50 years ago. Internet as a technology made it possible. But at the same time, internet is used by people with previous levels of consciousness. Jihadists, Google is not animated by that level of consciousness. Google is animated by prophets. So blockchain is like artificial intelligence, by the way, is the technology that we need to go to a next level of consciousness, which is a truly equal society where everyone is its own master and can cooperate and contribute the same way, not with the wishful thinking, liberté, égalité, fraternité of the French Revolution. Good words, but not with the adequate level of consciousness and not with the adequate technology. So self-governance, that's where you see a new level of consciousness arising. DeFi, again, is testing the waters. You see governance tokens. DeFi is basically governance tokens. If you want to simplify, what is DeFi? DeFi is governance tokens. That's what it is. And staking, etc. Yes, this is governance tokens. This is a first attempt of a new democracy, which is a liquid democracy. And you see that governance tokens, you can lend them. You can lend your governance to someone you believe more knowledgeable than you are. This is liquid democracy. It's a new form of democracy. And so self-governance, DeFi, distributed autonomous organizations, name it, is the same thing. But what's going on, and again, metaverses are very interesting playing fields for this, is that so far the self-governance dynamics actually were tested for the governance of the protocols, right? That's why you have today those, DAOs. It's mainly for governing the blockchain protocols themselves, right? But what's happening, what's coming now is much more than this. What's coming now is that those DAOs are more and more, will be more and more about coming up with a new form of democracy. And you had a pioneer in that, it's BitNation, that you may know, BitNation. It was launched in 2017, so it's middle age, or as we speak now. But they were real pioneers. But they did it when DeFi was not really, in the space, and now things are going so fast that now the minds are more and more ripe for this. Myself, I am massively involved for some months in a metaverse project. It started as a stable coin. It's called Payfoot. And it's an entire ecosystem of football. We are actually leveraging football to come up with a new digital society where the FIFA of the metaverse itself will be decentralized. And so we are leveraging football actually to propose a new form of democracy with governance tokens. 7 billion governance tokens are minted for every human being. Those are super exciting playing fields to experience a new form of society. And that I'm excited about. Not just about talking about, please, after, don't ask me, what should I invest in Bitcoins? I don't care. You take your own risk. But that's what I would like to share with you. This is a new society we can build. Thank you. Je reste ou quoi? Yeah.
Thanks, Thibaut. Thanks. Very insightful about decentralized identity. I think that some speaker will have a word about that. I can tend to agree. And I saw a question from someone on internet asking. His name is Anis Aboubi. Maybe you know him.
Hi, Anis. How are you?
The question is, what kind of law will allow the Belgian ecosystem to be more attractive compared to Switzerland, Portugal, or other European countries?
Yeah, it's a good question. When you talk, there are three elements for me. The first element is the banks. Whether you can come up with any kind of regulation, if the banks are completely freaking out because of crypto, the way they still are, you can come up with all the regulations you want. Today, it won't work. DeFi can live without the banks, but if you want to have, a real company, and operate, I would say, legitimately in Belgium, and you cannot open up a bank account. More and more crypto projects now are using USDT, for instance, and they stop using bank accounts. But I'm sure that the authorities, when they will understand the scope of it, they will appreciate to see an economy which is completely disconnected from the fiat economy. So if we want to attract or promote the ecosystem, first, we need to have an agreement with the banks, And of course, it's linked to regulation. But we can see that in France, it's still very hard, The regulation, France is much more advanced than Belgium in terms of regulation, much more. And France is an interesting example for Belgium because It's what France did in terms of regulation is pretty good, but France has the problem of the reluctance of the banks. It makes the ecosystem extremely hard to thrive for many. So that's why many projects go to Switzerland or less Estonia, because Estonia has reinforced tremendously its regulation now. And of course, it's the tax regime. It's the tax regime. The tax regime in Belgium is not bad compared to many other countries for the token holders, right? Because you don't have a flat tax like in France, 30%, you know. So in Belgium, you are taxed only if you have a speculative behavior to be defined, So it means that you have a certain level of legal uncertainty because you don't know how the tax administration may treat you, you know. But you see that some whales in France move to Belgium, not for a reason, you know. Well, many of them prefer to go to Portugal now for other obvious reasons. And so yes, it's, but at least we would need to have some political support in Belgium, and I don't see that. I know there's the Beukelard who's, and congrats, you are super brave. But he's alone, and he's not at the federal level. So what's going on in Belgium, guys? What's going on? I'm Belgian. I don't do a shit in Belgium. This is what's going on. Wake up. No? I don't know. Maybe.
Interesting point. Thank you. And I have another question, because I see that there is a lot of questions popping up. And thanks again, Thibaut, for being there. The other one is, how does governance token fit in MiCA?
Good question. There is no simple answer. And I would say that in principle, yes. But, there is a big but, is that I would say that today, off the records, we say it's a utility token. But the staking makes regulators not comfortable. And because many people use governance tokens not to actually participate in the governance, but to make profits. And so, as usual, we expect the SEC in the United States to go after governance token issuers. But what's going on in the United States is not necessarily reflected in Europe. We have seen that with the ICOs, where, you know, some utility tokens were treated as securities in the United States because of the Howey test. And it was okay in Europe. It was a utility token and not a financial instrument. So, but I know that some regulators in Europe are now in a learning curve concerning governance tokens. I don't think that governance tokens will be treated as securities under European law. MiFID, no. It's becoming technical. But many countries in Europe, they have their own national regulations, you know, in France, even in Belgium, in Germany, you know, where you can treat something which looks like an investment, you know, as a financial asset without being a financial instrument under the European regulation, MiFID.
So what you're saying right now is that in Europe, each country can be more competitive than its neighbor.
Yeah, we have a problem with that, is that we may believe that everything that relates to financial instruments are fully harmonized. It's not true. MiFID is a European regulation, so when you go to a stock exchange, that's harmonized, right? But when you issue something which doesn't fit the framework of MiFID, MiFID says that you are a financial instrument when you are a share of a company, when you are a debt, like a bond, and when you are a unit of an investment scheme, investment fund, right? If you are not one of them, or also derivatives. Derivatives are part of them. You are not a financial instrument. But there are many situations where you can make an investment without fitting in those categories, you know, even before crypto, you know, when you say invest in gold, invest in gold. This is not something like this. But there are national regulations that can apply. It's not harmonized. It's not harmonized. And so you cannot exclude a regulator to say, governance tokens, the primary intention of the holders is to make profit. So it's going to be an investment scheme for me, and I'm going to regulate it.
So you can definitely see when you see the landscape, how it evolves. You remember 2013, blockchain was like, Silk Road and stuff like that, very dark side. Then we have the 2017 ICO. It's a scam, blah, blah, blah. But now it's becoming more and more legit, if I can say. We have a lot of regulation coming in. Media, also knowledge. Politics are getting knowledge more and more. For example, Christophe, that will speak in a few minutes, is there to represent. So we can say that the industry, blockchain industry right now, is being more and more regulated, harmonized also at the European level. But still, this is a landscape that evolves very, very fast. It means also that politics need to really be onboarded and get this knowledge. But not only the politics, but in a holistic way. Like a fiscalist, tech guys and stuff like that needs to meet together.
Yeah. Yeah, but I would say the legislator, but also the regulator, FSMA. FSMA must absolutely increase its expertise in crypto. They are understaffed. They are really understaffed today. The FSMA, our regulator, in terms of crypto compared to other regulators. Not forget about the French. Just go to the Netherlands. The level of knowledge of the regulator in the Netherlands, the financial regulator, is much higher than in Belgium. And so when you talk to them, you talk to people, they know what they are talking about. So you have more legal certainty also. It's go faster. And it's not just crypto. FinTech in general needs educated regulators. Otherwise, you go nowhere, and you give up on the country and you go somewhere else. You go to Lithuania, to where things go fast, where the regulators is crypto or fintech minded, and that's how you lose a market.
Just a last thought before introducing Christophe, maybe for the audience.
No, I think it's a super positive initiative what you are doing now. It's never too late, and let's create expertise. Yes, in Belgium we can share with the and let's go to the parliament and let's go to the regulator. Let's go to the FSMA. Let's go to the Belgian
Make Belgium an innovation place, really.
Yeah, let's do it. It's not impossible. It's not too late. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I'm really happy now to introduce Christophe de Beukelaar. So Christophe de Beukelaar is he's there. Hello, Christophe. Happy to have you there.
Hi.
Take a place. Take a seat. Yeah, take a seat. So Christophe, thanks for joining. So you are working at the Parliament. Also, say some more about Bitcoin. So I will let you introduce your story, basically, to the audience. So.
No, but I have nothing more to say than what just have been said. Sorry for the beginning. Sorry for my English. It's not very fluent, but I'll do my best.
If you want to switch in French or
no, we'll try. It's okay. But everything has been said, and I think if I decided to get my paychecks in Bitcoin, which is a little bit simplifying the thing, because the thing is I receive my paychecks in euros and I convert them in Bitcoin during one year. It's just because I want to put the attention of the institutional world in Belgium on that topic and on all the issues and that just have been brilliantly explained. So if I began to have interest for Bitcoin, it's because I realized the financial world was fundamentally unfair. You can see it on a global level in the world, where you see that a lot of people are not bankerized, they don't have access to this financial system, But even in Belgium, very few people are on the stock market or have they don't participate to the financial system, and that makes big inequalities. And we always see in history, when you have only one thing, when you have a monopoly, you see, how do you say that, monopoly in English? I don't know. When you have a monopoly of something, at a certain moment you have problems, and the problems we begin to see them in the financial world. We create junk bonds that nobody can explain, and that creates big problems that all the people after that have to assume. So at a certain moment, I think it's an opportunity for the financial world, for the installed financial world, for the banks, for the central banks. Bitcoin, and I say Bitcoin, but if I get my paychecks in Bitcoin, it's just I want to talk about all the industry. I'm not a monomaniac on one technology. I don't know if tomorrow it's Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies that will emerge. I don't know. That's not my point. But I think all that the crypto world is an opportunity for the financial world to go to a more sane financial world that benefits all and not only a few.
So really about the dual spend issue, and literally also about transparency, the promises of blockchain.
Yeah, transparency, accessibility, the same information and the same rules for everybody. And I don't think we have to. That the actual financial world, how it works now, a centralized financial world will disappear. It's very interesting to have it, and it will continue to exist. But on the side, there will be a more decentralized financial world, and people for different uses, they will be able to choose between the two worlds.
And also, one of the questions that was raised by starting this day, and thanks again for joining, Christophe, was how do you think at your level, and from your perspective with the citizen, because you are in close relationship day to day with the citizen, how do you think Belgium can come into a breakthrough innovation with blockchain? For example, what are really the barriers that stop the adoption in terms of innovation, job creation, training, but also...
But the first thing, there are different levels, but the first thing is consciousness. And I think Thibaut, he talked about it. It's a consciousness. In 2018, I already wrote on the leaflet I give for the election, the municipal election in 2018. I wrote we have to make pilot projects with blockchain, and also my friends, they were laughing at me. They say, okay, you just write that to make more voices because to have votes because it's trendy. But no, because there is a real important thing happening, and we don't see it coming. So the first thing is a consciousness, because if people would be convinced about what is coming, if they would see that it's not only about financial things, it's about Web3. So it's about all our digital sovereignty in Europe and in Belgium, but in Europe. If they see all these things, they would fundamentally change the adoption will grow very fast. So I think consciousness, that's why I organize a lot of conferences. The last time we have, the name is Brussels Blockchain Conference. You can find it on the internet. Yesterday we had one with Pierre Persson, which is a French MEP, with French MP, with Yorick de Montbin, which is very good vulgarizator of the question, with Bruno Coleman. We tried to have a debate with him. It was very interesting, and so we are organizing conferences. I organize conferences, and also at the end of June, from the 20 to the 25th of June, we organize the first Brussels Blockchain Week. We want during 1 week that Brussels is really thrilling about blockchain all the week. So all the people that are looking to this now, and they want to contribute to that. It's not my project; it's a collective project with all the ecosystem. We want to have a blockchain week that will again put this topic on the agenda. But I saw all the conferences doesn't work enough, because now we are only at the federal parliament making auditions to hearings to know what is blockchain and how we can manage it. But you know, in the US, in Asia, even in Africa, there are still a lot ahead of that. They are also already implementing very precise projects, and in Europe we are going to be very late.
Yeah, it could be a geopolitical advantage.
Yeah,
For example,
of
if
course.
you see the digital yuan, which are already up and running,
Mhm.
and then we have digital euro, which is starting to kick off. I saw some call for tender just started like 1 week ago.
But the problem is, and it's the same what had just been said about regulation, is that we try to regulate too early. We first have to see a little bit where goes the technology, and by trying to regulate too early, we are breaking the innovation, and we will in 20, 30 years we will look backwards and we say, okay, once again. All the big players are in the rest of the world, and we lose all our sovereignty because they are ruling the thing. They are ruling Web3, and we will be too late. It's what's happening with the GAFAM today. Yeah. So if we don't want that to happen, we have to raise the consciousness. We have to train. So that's true. We have to work with the universities to have training programs. That's very important. We have to also to have financial instructions more at school. You know, we have to learn people what is the difference between une obligation and une action. People don't know that in the population.
Education.
Financial education. Yeah. From very early age, concrete financial education to make people equal before finance in face of finance. For the moment, today there is a small part of the people who have financial education, and I had that chance to have the financial education by my parents. But a lot of people don't have it, and so they are not equal in front of the financial world.
Yeah. And you can see that. I remember the barrier to entry stock exchange was very difficult 10 years ago, but now everybody can get some credits on a exchange, and it's just like the trader lifestyle, I would say. So we can see the reduction.
And so consciousness, training, and regulation.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's very urgent. Yeah, we can talk about the MiCA regulation, but even in Belgium, we have to, for example, on a fiscal point of view, we have to have a much more simple fiscal system, because today people don't know how they will be taxed or not. I see Florian Arnott working there. He knows the thing much better than me. But we have to work with people like that know what they're talking about, and to try to not have a especially attractive financial fiscal regime, but a clear one. Yeah. That's important.
Exactly, and this is what we are aiming to do with blockchain for Belgium, and also with your initiative. Definitely, it's one landscape, one ecosystem that you aim to do. Yeah,
there's nothing too much, you know. For the moment, everything that happens, we have to support it together. Yeah, because the awareness is so low that we have to do everything we can.
I was just speaking with Valentin from Cryptost, and we were saying. There is a common saying that says one day in DeFi is 1 year in the common world. So happy to see this awareness coming in, and I would like to thank you again for being here. And I don't know if you want to have a last word, Christophe, about your presence here.
No, you're welcome. I think what you do here is very important because it helps to raise awareness. And what I just want to say to people is if in Belgium we can have one competitive advantage to other countries, I think, is that we have here the European institutions. We have a lot of institutions. And I think if we are able to make more rapidly the link between the blockchain world and the corporate and institutional world, then we can have a competitive advantage to have the innovation of the blockchain world, but la force de frappe, the strength of the institutional and corporate world. Yeah. And if we are able maybe to more rapidly than in other countries make this match, then it will be possible that we play a real important role for Web3 in Europe.
Yeah, and I think this is the whole idea here. We have a lot of investment coming from the federal or private. And from my tool side with the ecosystem right now is that we have a lot of barrier to entry because what? Because the funding.
Yeah.
When you have the allocation of the funds with fiat, so euro, dollars, or whatever, they take months. But in the crypto world, it's just a wallet. You deposit. So I think one of the solutions, what was raised by the ecosystem, was yes, we should have kind of sovereign fund, but hybrid bucket fund. So fiat with crypto, but in stable, for example. And this kind of mechanism could fit into
Yeah, maybe.
this.
Maybe
the reflection just started. I'm really happy to.
And also what I want to say is because we also have a culture in politics in Belgium. Everyone is working for his party, and we're not really working on a transversal way. But if you know politicians in Belgium that are interested by this topic, by Web3, please come to me and let's meet together, because as Thibaut said, I am a Brussels MP. You know, we need people in every parliament that make this topic on the agenda. I will next week. I will question the Brussels government on the topic, but it's only the Brussels government. You know, in Belgium we have much much more. So we have to work together, even if we are not for the same party. It's really je fais un appel to all the other MPs we have to work together on this topic.
Okay. Thank you.
And once again, sorry for my English.
It was very good. Thank you, sir. Thanks you. Thanks again, Christophe. And the next one, I have the pleasure to announce now. So we speak about a bit about DeFi and NFTs, and I have the pleasure to invite Thomas Smits now. So Thomas used to work at Intellect EU, but I will let him present himself. Do you want to take a PC?
Yes, maybe put on my presentation.
Sure. Yeah.
Perfect.
Welcome.
Perfect. Thank you, Christophe. I think all the presentations up till now were more top-down. It's more the regulatory side, the bigger projects. I now want to bring more the bottom-up. So I will present Arcadia Finance, a Belgian startup who is working both on DeFi and NFTs. So who are we? Currently, we're with two co-founders, myself and my business partner and good friend Jasper. The company is incorporated only end of December, but Jasper and I go way back in the broader Web3 space. So, no problem. Perfect, thank you. So Jasper already mined his first Bitcoins in 2011. Myself a bit later in 2016, but I work professionally with blockchain since 2019. First for Intellect EU, which is more on the permission blockchain side with the institutions. But in my free time together with Jasper already, we worked on what's called MEV searchers or MEV bots. Basically, it are arbitrage bots using DeFi. I think very interesting, but a different story. Because today I'm going to present you Arcadia Finance. With Arcadia, we are really pioneering in the intersection between DeFi and NFTs. And since we're more in the NFT space, I think more people know us like this. So what will I talk about? Since we're both in the NFT DeFi space, it are buzzwords. So first, maybe I want to make sure that everybody understands from a technical point, but I'll try to keep it simple, what actually NFTs are and what actually DeFi applications are. Next, we go more to what we do with Arcadia, so that's really in collateral management within DeFi applications. And to end, I will give our view on what it is to have an actual blockchain startup in Belgium, to pick up what the speakers so far have mentioned. First and for all, why DeFi and NFTs? Both are very young markets, but already picking up a lot of financial value. So currently, the DeFi markets, there are more than $250 billion of assets under management within the DeFi applications, while with NFTs, sales are today as well far above $30 billion in sales of NFTs. So both DeFi and NFTs are really the first applications that are built on top of the so-called layer 1 blockchains. So a quick NFT 101. I think most people know NFTs as these expensive pictures of apes, expensive pictures or things that kids could make, or just expensive rocks. But I hope that I can convince you that while this is today indeed the top one use case of NFTs, that they are much more and can be used for much more. So before explaining what an NFT is, which stands for non-fungible token, let's start with what actually is a token in the blockchain sense. So actually a token is just a digital certificate of ownership which is issued on a blockchain. So on top of blockchains you can write contracts, and tokens are contracts that just say this digital asset that represents something is owned by someone. What is the big advantage? Because it is written on blockchain, I can prove that I own something, and you can verify that I own something just by maths. Compare it to the more traditional counterparty of ownership in the traditional centralized world. There you have this central institution who has his backend application, his own ledger and database, his own internal logic. And if I want to prove I own something to you, actually we go to the bank, the third party, I do my request, and he confirms looking inside his black box that I indeed own it. So with tokens we can delete that middleman, increasing efficiency, lowering costs, and really taking ownership in our hands without trusting on other parties. There are two main categories of tokens. We have on the one hand the fungible tokens, on the other hand the non-fungible tokens. I think you know fungible tokens as cryptocurrencies, but I think it's a bad term because fungible tokens are much more than just cryptocurrencies. Yes, they do present money and currencies, like for instance what Bitcoin tries to do, but they can also represent commodities, they can represent stocks, they can represent utility tokens to use in applications, they can represent voting rights, and what's most important, these are just tokens issued on a blockchain that are interchangeable. If I have a kilo of sugar, you have a kilo of sugar, and we interchange some sugar, not tokens, but crystals, we won't even notice that we have swapped them because they are interchangeable. On the other hand, we have the non-fungible tokens. These are not interchangeable. A good example here are houses. I own a house, you in the over there own a house, and fundamentally they are very similar. We both have to pay the same kind of taxes on houses. We can both use a house to live in. We can both take a mortgage on house. They're in the same rule framework, but still, I think you would notice us if we swap house from one day to another. So today, those non-fungible tokens in the blockchain context are most used for digital art, to prove that you own a digital art piece, but they can be used for much more. Some examples are in the gaming world. In-game assets can now be truly owned. Think about digital land, skins, or in-game assets in general. Otherwise, it can be used for entrance tickets, for royalty rights, or even for complex financial contracts. To give an example, Uniswap, which is a decentralized exchange, if you provide liquidity to those protocols, your liquidity position is represented by an NFT. So an NFT is really a useful asset in the blockchain framework. Okay, now we know what NFTs are. Let's try as well to agree what we mean with DeFi. I think everyone knows that DeFi stands for decentralized finance. But what actually is a DeFi application? If I talk about Uniswap, how does it look like technical? If I say I use Uniswap, what do I actually do? So in the end, a DeFi application is just a set of smart contracts. And a smart contract is really some piece of code that I deploy or register on top of a blockchain. So in those contracts, we really write the terms and conditions for financial interactions to go through. So for instance, in the protocol, in the DeFi application of Uniswap, let's take that as example. If I want to exchange one token for another token, I send a transaction directly to the blockchain to talk with the contract of Uniswap. The contract will see that I, as a user, try to swap one of my tokens for the other, and then the set of rules in the contract will start checking if I indeed own the tokens that I want to swap for the other. It will check that there is enough liquidity for the trade to go through, and then in the end, if all checks are good, it will execute the transaction and immediately register the results on our blockchain. So now, without any middleman, with very transparent and deterministic rules, I can interact with financial applications, which in the end are just the contracts, like we really write from top to bottom what should happen, what should checked, and what should in the end be the result. Which is again very different from the more centralized traditional world. If I want to do a transaction, I write the instructions what I want to do to the bank and then have no clue what is actually happening under the hood. They have some own proprietary application running. They have their own database which in the end registers the result, and I just have to trust that they do it well. And I don't have any guarantees as well in timing. It's not deterministic. If you look this week what the LME did, actually they did a lot of trades in the nickel market. It shot up 100%. Then they had to bail out a multi-billion investor, and they just decided to not only stop the market, but to roll back all transactions of a whole day, which sucks pretty much if you just made a big trade, a big profit. Okay, so now we know what DeFi is. It are a set of smart contracts that you as a user can interact to. Why do they need collateral? Users that interact with protocols, they do it permissionlessly. I, as a user, can interact with any DeFi protocol, so I can send transactions to initiate with any smart contract, and next, it's pseudo-anonymous. The contract only knows your public address. They have no ID who is the legal person or the legal entity behind the transaction. So, in a way, to guarantee that all players play by the rules, a lot of protocols ask users to first deposit collateral that has more value than the transaction they want to process. If anything goes by the rules, they can take back the collateral. If they would try to cheat the system, they would lose more than they gained. So typical protocols that need collateral are lending protocols, protocols for margin trading, derivatives, and escrow. And to give maybe a side note with those lending applications, as mentioned, they're always over-collateralized. So don't think about your classic bank or your Visa card where you take credit which you will repay with future payments. No, it's really you put illiquid assets as collateral and you can take out liquid cash lines. So it's more like a pawn shop or a repo market than your traditional bank loan. So collateral is necessary for a lot of DeFi protocols. How do they do it in reality? Today, all those individual applications do the collateral management themselves. While in essence, it's always the same thing that should happen. It's users should block assets in kind of a vault in a smart contract. The protocol has, in some way, has to value each of the assets to see how much collateral is in total blocked. And then their application on top of the collateral management decides if the user has enough collateral for his transactions to go through, and if anything goes against their rules, the user should use their collateral. So today, all DeFi protocols themselves do the collateral management. And secondly, today, they only allow fungible tokens. So today, my NFTs, which do have value, I cannot leverage as collateral within DeFi. So if you remember the graph I showed before, it's more than $30 billion that's today completely parked outside of the broader DeFi ecosystem, and it can be leveraged in any protocols. So those two protocols are what we want to tackle with Arcadia Finance. We want to build that infrastructure layer for collateral management, on top of which the end applications for end users can quickly build their functionalities without the protocols have to worry about how to price new assets and how let users manage their collateral. And secondly, we want to build collateral management for any type of digital asset. So both for NFTs as for the fungible tokens. That's of course a big quest. We also know that we won't immediately build the infrastructure layer. We first have to prove ourselves. So at the moment, we are building a solution tailored for lending applications. But as soon as that is live, we can expand the same building block, the fundamental building block, where other protocols can build on top. So to give a quick example how it would work, so we have our user. He has deposited his own user control vault, which is connected to our pricing logic. And on top of the vault, we have the lending application. Our user has an NFT, a CryptoPunk in this example, of $60,000. He has some red Bitcoin, and he has a position in a DeFi protocol, Uniswap. So the user deposits the 3 assets in the user vault that is connected with our pricing modules, and then our pricing modules will calculate that the user has in total digital assets worth $150,000. Now protocols that are built on top of our collateral management solution don't have to worry about the value of all the individual digital assets. They are immediately integrated with the vault, so they only have to integrate with one value, one numeraire, dollar in this case, so they can directly build their application as if the user deposited only US dollar. So in this case, for instance, our user can take a credit line of 100,000. There's always an over-collateralization in those lending protocols. And he doesn't have to worry about collateral management at all. So to recap, what do we try to do with Arcadia Finance? We try to get the NFTs parked today as passive assets. We want to activate them. We want users to leverage the value they have in NFTs to enable them in DeFi protocols. And more specifically, we want to do this by building a general infrastructure layer on top of which DeFi applications can build their solution. And we will start with the lending protocol. So how far are we after 3 months? The end-to-end flow, so in the smart contracts we have roughly written. Now we still have to optimize them a lot, do the security audits, and then we will have to start work about having a nice front end and going to the markets. Our alpha launch is planned in June 2022. So yeah, interesting months coming up. Then, as a last slide, what did we learn about having a blockchain startup incorporated in Belgium? I think there are definitely good sides. One, the community in Belgium is starting to grow. There are getting more and more initiatives like DAO Brussels, which we saw Xavier speaking about, but other Discord groups like OX32 will also do an event, I think maybe this Thursday or next Thursday in Leuven. There are more and more local meetups popping up. Secondly, as a Belgian entity in blockchain, there is a certain demand from both national as international VCs and angels to invest in the company. So there is money on the sideline willing to support Belgian blockchain entities, and there are innovation subsidies available for Belgian entities, which also DeFi or blockchain companies can definitely apply for. However, there are definitely big disadvantages. And I think the first one is the one we talked about most today. It's the regulatory and legal uncertainty, it's the lack of clear frameworks, it's introducing additional risk. Yeah, today I'm doing something legal, but I know according to Belgian law, in a few months it can differ tremendously. So uncertainty will always block innovation or will lead entrepreneurs to go to countries where there is clear legislation. Secondly, there are many splintered groups. I think there's definitely need about a national or even European framework and support. And then lastly, which is also touched upon by the previous speakers, the supporting services in Belgium are a real big problem. I talk about accountants, insurance companies, banks. Although for them it's not illegal to do business with us, they often have compliance policies that they just don't accept any company doing something with blockchain or crypto. So we had big trouble finding an accountant who wanted to work with us. Same for insurance, same for banking. So there as well, I think having this national policy, increasing awareness, teaching people about that blockchain is much more than cryptocurrencies, that NFTs are much more than JPEGs, but that are real assets that really have benefits and yeah, do great things. I think that's highly necessary. And yeah, that was my final slide. So thanks for listening.
Thank you, Thomas.
My pleasure. I don't know if there are any questions.
Not from the room.
Perfect, and everything was clear, I suppose.
Thanks a lot, Thomas.
Thank
Thanks
you.
a lot. And so, guys, I would like now to welcome Julien Carta. So, Julien, as you know, it's European AI Week. And Julien is the CTO, can I say? CFO, so Chief Financial Officer for Upbots. And he will explain you what is Upbots, the company that and the story behind, and also why it is established in other countries than Belgium. So, Julien, welcome here. One second. Ah voilà, here we are. It's okay? Full screen? Okay, perfect. So, Julien.
Thank you. So, good morning, stay the morning, everybody. So here, Bots, it's an all-in-one trading interface. It's not an exchange, but it's an interface for modern traders. So, what's a Bots? The idea that you have a lot of decentralized exchange and centralized exchange. What we want is that you can connect to one interface with the right tools and rent algorithms, do copy trading, for instance, trade by yourself, manage all your position. Currently for the decentralized crypto exchange, but in the future also we want that for the traditional market. Or what we want is to base all on the performance fees. So if you earn, the system earn of that. So what we have as issue in general as trader, you start in a market, you don't understand what means a token, what is token, what is the project behind, for instance. You don't have the right tools. Or you are an expert trader, you develop a lot of algorithm on your own, you share that in the community, but at the end, you can propose that to new traders. The specificities of the crypto market is a full day, 7 day on 7 trading market. So you need to sleep, you need to eat, you need to do all the stuff in your day. And so algorithm or copy trading is one of the solutions there. Also what we want is to propose some risk management tool and advanced tool for expert trader. And on the other side for newbies, a real community, a real support where you can only where you can only rent an algorithm, for instance, if you doesn't have time, but you are interested by the blockchain and crypto. So here it is our solution. If you pay only the performance fees, we issue a token for that, but with one connection, you only need to connect your API or your wallet for the decentralized exchange, and you can have all in one. So the idea is, with a bot, you are not lost at all, and we can bring you all what you need in the crypto market. So here it is pictures of our current interface. We launched it in October 2021, and we launched also superbots.finance, which is the decentralized algorithm now 1 month ago. So the different milestone, we raise equity, and after that we create a branch outside Belgium. After that we did our ICO and our EAO. We are currently quoted, so our UBXT on 6 different exchanges. We are supported by Alameda Research, which is back FTX2. After that, and we have currently more than 16,000 users currently on UpBots. So we have different partners for legal purpose, we are also broker for centralized exchange. We are also working with decentralized exchange for this purpose. And we are also connected to a market maker. So it is our team. I founded Fossey Trading at the first time, but after UpBots and Superbots with Benjamin Duval there, and we have different members throughout the world. So we have people in Belgium, outside Europe too. So here the main subject of my presentation, as now UpBots and Superbots, is defined in 8 lines. It is why not start a blockchain business in Belgium by UpBots. Finally, we were in the context of 2019, and we raised equity. We want to develop the project. For this project, we need a token to pay the performance fees for the ecosystem itself. I went to the regulator and saw, oh, it is a gray zone in Belgium. No regulation, what I can do. I discussed a little bit with them, and what happened? You can do your proposal, maybe in 2-3 years we will take a position, but we don't have any legal support. The FSMA, 3 years ago, nothing was acted. So no law, no possibilities to have an authority on that. First point, you cannot start a business in a full gray zone. It's completely crazy to do that. After that, you have the AML constraint. You are a token. You are trading on DeFi, you are trading on centralized exchange. What happened with that? No banks want to work with you. Not that it is illegal what you are doing. You just know, since AML4, the risk of anti-money laundering, the bank are also responsible of that. So it means that they don't want to take the risk, simply. Try to do a 100 withdraw from an exchange, even if a centralized one to your bank account. You will see directly a pop-up in your email, and what will happen is, I don't want to work with you, or you are classified as a high-risk customer, even if for $100 currently. With AML5, starting now in January, you will be removed from your bank for that. The token validation process. If you don't have any regulatory framework, UBXT, our token, is clearly an utility token for us. But in Belgium, what you have, you don't have any framework for utility token. What you have is STO for security token. You can have similarity in the assets, but nothing for utility. So at the end, the regulatory framework cannot give you the access to an ICO in Belgium. After that, the fiscal framework. In Belgium, we know that fiscal change a lot. Each month can change, or each year. The problem was with the VAT, because if you do an ICO, what happened? The European directly for VAT say that finally to sell a token is a kind of pre-sale, but without VAT cost. The thing that it is a directive. So it means that each country can change the rules. and no rules for an ICO in Belgium. So it is a gray zone. So it means that you only have the appreciation of the people in front of you. So personally, I don't work with this type of risk. After that, the crypto accounting. Okay, you do a pre-sale, all is working, or do you record that? Because finally, you have your own token because you keep a reserve. After that, you sold. Okay, fine, it is a pre-sale or it is equity. It's not clear at all. After that, what you invest or you receive in general is not euro, but more a stable coin. In the case of an ICO of Ethereum, okay, but Ethereum is not recognized in Belgium for accounting purpose. So it's even not an asset because it's nothing is recognized there. The legal cost, more you take risk on the previous steps, more you need to have a provision, but no insurance to cover your legal cost in this case because you are directly in a gray zone because you have lawsuit in Belgium insurance. But you need to be in line with the rules if you want to activate that. In Belgium, if you are in a gray zone, you cannot do it. After that, time to launch, that's still business. Why investor invest in you. So what means? It means that you don't have 10 years to deliver something. You need to move forward. And after that is the KYC AML, partners and cost. As it is not clear, you need to have, for an ICO, if you want to do it properly, you need to have an AML KYC review. It's normal. I don't want to finance any terrorism or something like that. What happened in this case? It's a huge cost at the end for a small company because in general, AML KYC is very specified, following a strong regulatory framework, and so the entry cost of that is very high. What happened? Following this consultancy, this review, this discussion with the regulator, we decide to move to another country. Why? It's because it was simple. You have the rules. You have the validation of your token in 4 months. You have accounting rules. You have a real legal support and more affordable because you have clear rules for that. And at the end, we wanted to start in Belgium, but due to the lack of real framework, but it's not a question of framework, you have a law saying through 3 conditions without explanation. No. For instance, if you go to Switzerland, you have clearly 4 or 5 points. The accounting is clear. It is fair value at the closing. All is recognized. You can even pay your tax in crypto if you want. You can work with bank. Why? It's because as you have a clear framework, you have bank accepting you if you follow the rules there. If your token is approved by the regulator as an utility token, you can do your ICO. And for the KYC AML, what happened? It means that you have specific company linked to the regulator keeping a percentage of the amount rose. So it means that if you miss your ICO, because the reality is that 80% of the project missed the funding, means that the cost at the end is 0. So with this type of rules, we follow all steps, so all legal is respected. It's easy. It's really easy. And here in Belgium, it's all the time the same issue. We have good talent. Here about we have more 16,000 users. So it means that we are creating business at the end. But we cannot do it in Belgium because nothing is clear. Even if now I read the new regulation, the new proposal, it means, okay, a license. Okay, fine, but how to get? What's the cost? What's the time? Now we are in crypto and blockchain, the cycle are very short because the innovation is very high. Without clear framework, we cannot move forward in Belgium. And what will happen is that people will go to Malta, for instance, to Switzerland, because at the end with treaty, you have the equivalence of that. It's not what people want at the beginning, because we're in Belgium, we have good university, good people, real talented people. But the system do block all innovation at the end. It's the same. Currently in the fiscal, you say, hey, if you make profit with crypto, you need to pay tax. It's not a problem, okay? But if I want to pay my tax, I need to go to a bank. But if I go to a bank, the bank remove me. Okay, fine, but what happened? in this case. It's crazy, but the coherency is completely missing here. So, like that, you know a little bit why finally we choose to create a branch where a proper regulation framework was set before. So, thank you for your listening.
Thanks, Julia. Thanks a lot. And again, thanks for joining. Good from the audience.
Okay.
Thanks again, Julia.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a question. Yeah, for the audience, Julia.
Do you still have a Belgian legal entity?
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah, for the for more the holding company at the end, because we do all ITs can be done in Belgium at the end because we develop also trading algorithms, etc. But it's only IT coding. But at the end, the added value cannot be really realized here as we wanted at the beginning, just because it's a clear gray zone for that. Other questions? Same here.
No, thank you, Julia. Merci beaucoup. And now I have the pleasure to invite Evrin Tam, which will speak about EPSI. And so Evrin is working for the European Commission with Daniel. So hello, Daniel, also. And you will explain us a bit more about EPSI, what it is, what are those 4 letters means. And it's also working at Carrie Leuven. So thanks for joining.
Thank you. The presentation will be here?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
My mouse on.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'm very pleased to be here and to see such an initiative taking place. And I want to start with congratulating the organizers of this event. And I see there's a symbolic importance that this event is taking place during the AI week. And what these 2 technologies, blockchain and AI, can bring in future for our societies, for our market, it's truly amazing. So, is everything okay? All right, okay. All right, perfect. So, I want to start with a small personal info about my involvement about this topic and more specifically about European blockchain service infrastructure, EPSI. So, just a small correction, I don't work in the European Commission, I'm just a researcher at KU Leuven, but I am one of the Belgian representatives in the European Blockchain Partnership in the policy group. And I'm also a contributor to EPSI4BE, so this is an initiative. I will talk about it more later, but it's an initiative of KU Leuven, Belnet, SMALS, and BOSA in Belgium to act like as an information communication point for EPSI activities. I'm also involved in the Academic Advisory Committee of INATBA, so this is an association, international association for blockchain industry. And also a coordinator of the BellBlock project. This is a project which is funded by the CEF blockchain, CEF Telecom blockchain call there. So, giving this general introduction of my involvement about the topic, today I want to talk and introduce you what is EPSI, why EPSI is important, what type of use cases that we see in the EPSI ecosystem for the moment, and maybe during the Q&A part we can explain it more, but what type of future or the implications that we can expect from EPSI for Belgian community, but is a more in a European community as well. So let's start with what is EPSI. So EPSI is a joint initiative of the European Commission and European Blockchain Partnership. So it is launched by the EU member states, and Norway and Liechtenstein that they're part of it, and it's launched in 2018. So what's the vision? What's the purpose of EPSI? So its vision is to leverage blockchain to accelerate the creation of cross-border services for public administrations and their ecosystems to verify information and to make services more trustworthy. So the focus or the first prioritization of EPSI is in the public domain, in the public sector. Maybe in future we will see a more implication in the private domain as well. But the initial focus of EPSI is to create a blockchain-based system infrastructure to support, to facilitate cross-border services. And in that sense, EPSI is the first EU-wide blockchain infrastructure. And it's prioritized certain values, such as open standards. It wants to create an ecosystem, it's a market-friendly ecosystem, and a transparent governance model. And in line with it, we see like 5 principles of EPSI, and these are creating a system which acts as a public goods. It's creating a consensus-based governance system. Third, it's creating an ecosystem, or it's taking the steps to harmonize the technical and also in the legal and the standards efforts in the EU. And for that, EPSI plays a very essential role. It prioritizes open source solutions in the system. And probably one of the most important value of EPSI is it foresees a EU regulatory compliance. And this would be important because today also we talk about their previous speakers, they also referred there. Blockchain as a technology itself, it affects the legal framework, the technical framework, the social, the framework, and in that sense, compliance with the EU laws, EU initiatives is important to create a more harmonized, a more secure ecosystem. So let's talk about how EPSI works, or what type of services is provided for interested parties there. So to begin with, EPSI is a platform, is a peer-to-peer network of interconnected nodes. And in that sense, it is a proof of authority system. So there were some references today, like there are different consensus models in blockchain systems, proof of work, proof of stake, etc. So in that sense, EPSI is a proof of authority system. So there are nodes that they're authorized to act as a node, and these are decided by the member states, and these are also decided by the governance structure of the EPP and then EPSI there. And EPSI is being built alongside a fully distributed 3-tier architecture. So what are these? We have the core services that are the set of standardized interfaces which provide the capabilities for third parties to develop applications and ensure compliance with guiding principles defined and approved by the European Blockchain Partnership. We have the chain and storage layer, which encompasses both the blockchain and the off-chain storage protocols currently supported by EPSI. And we have the infrastructure layer that provides generic capabilities and connectivity to blockchain networks. So these are this is how the overview of the architecture structure it looks there. But to explain it in a more simplistic way, like where is the value of EPSI, and in that sense, where is the value of the actual blockchain-based systems there? So the value that we can trace it in the data sharing scenarios, and in the traditional data sharing systems where any transaction is taking place, we need a third party to verify the information. This third party could be a government, public organizations, or it could be bank, etc. So depending on the area of application, this can change. And these systems are centralized systems. We need a centralized authority to verify the information there. So in a blockchain-based the system there, this is change to a citizen-centric system, or is an individual-centric system there. So and we have new tools that they are giving to support this citizen-centric, individual-centric system there, and decentralized system, we can also put it there. So what are these tools? So we have verifiable credentials, we have decentralized identifiers, verifiable presentations, etc. So in these tools that a user, a citizens, also a wallet, all certain credentials that they can preserve in this the wallet there, and it does not need the proof verification of a third centralized authority to engage in different transactions. And this means less transaction costs, this means more control, this means more privacy, and this means actually also more transparency, again, in terms of what type of information is used from what parties. So these are the important added values that they are brought by blockchain technology in general, but also in the case of the EPSI, EPSI provides this or aims to provide this. So we have a couple of different use cases now that they are backed by the EPSI governance. These are in different deployment levels. Some of them, the 4 of them that they are older, they are initiated earlier. 2 of them that they are relatively recent there, but there are different work is going on there. And in each use cases that there are member state representatives for policy levels, for the technical levels there. So what are these use cases briefly? The Self-Sovereign Identity Framework, SIF. So it is an EPSI-compliant self-sovereign SSI system, and it is now becoming more and more crucial for the future of the new identity framework of the Europe, EU, which I think our next speaker will talk more in detail about that. But we also have EPSI use cases about diploma management, focusing on the verification of education credentials. We have document traceability. We can think about as approval, as a notarization work for the documents. We have trust data sharing. It is focusing on the customs and tax authorities in the EU and for the harmonization of the VAT systems and for the tracing of it. We have SME financing. We have European Social Security Pass and asylum process management. These last 3 use cases, these are the relatively recent use cases that we see in the EPSI domain. So why EPSI is important? First of all, EPSI means that there will be a trusted infrastructure to develop and implement blockchain use cases. Today we already mentioned a couple of times, like the challenges, the Belgian SMEs. But it's not only Belgian SMEs, the companies and the other organizations that they are facing there. We need clarity in terms of legal frameworks. We need clarity in terms of the support systems in the ecosystem. And in that sense, EPSI can play a certain role to create a trusted infrastructure. EPSI is also backed by the EU, and this is important for a couple of reasons. First, which would mean that it will be compliant with the legal framework, EU-legal framework. And that includes regulations in terms of the data protection, that includes regulation in terms of the identity systems, that includes future regulations about the cryptocurrency and the broader the blockchain-related the legal regulation. So in that sense, it will be compliant of whatever the change is going to be, and EPSI will always try to harmonize the efforts there. Also, EPSI aims to be the infrastructure of cross-border public service in the EU. So this is also more important, of course, for the public sector domain. But it's in that sense, this is also important that to think about some similar initiatives that we see in the EU, which are not necessarily based on blockchain there. But we see the current efforts and the policy efforts there, the more harmonization in the services to support cross-border services, like single digital gateway is one of them. And we see a genuine interest, a more genuine discussion that how we can harmonize there. But here, the claim of EPSI is to be the infrastructure to support this sort of cross-border services. And EPSI can lead to the standardization of blockchain applications for the use of public sector among EU countries. again, this issue comes there. But we see that there are efforts that to create a more standardization of blockchain technologies. I will talk more in a plural sense there. And here there are some efforts, initiatives that they are supported by the EPSI to create a more a clear the standards, the rules, and about the applications that EPSI can support. Okay, so I also want to give a very quick overview of what has been happening in Belgium in terms of EPSI. So for the moment, we have 25 live production nodes in EPSI, in the blockchain there, and 2 of them they're from Belgium. These are Belnet and Smalls. And in February 2021, Kai Leuven, Belnet, and Smalls and Boza initiated a new sort of an initiative to act like as a communication channel to support EPSI use cases in Belgium, also to communicate the developments that they're happening at European level with the Belgian stakeholders there. And in December 2021, as part of the early adopters program of the European Union, we also see one of the first pilots that took place in Belgium, in between Kai Leuven and University of Bologna there. And we saw that in the first time, the usage of the EPSI, the blockchain there, to support the verification of education credentials and student transcripts. And there was a demonstration of how this can take place. And for the moment, we see the current efforts to scaling up these efforts to other countries. We see there's a new EU funding that they are being announced to support the activities in that domain as well. So, just as a last slide, so where are we now? Like, are we there yet? Like, is it all the happy ending, and now the EPSI is solving all the problems? Well, the short answer is no. We are in a transition stage. I think this can be also generalized more for the blockchain domain itself. But for the moment, there are still many unknowns about implementation. So we still need to figure out, understand the technical, business-related, governance, user-base related challenges. We are trying to address them and develop the solutions that can the best address these challenges that we see. And the use case at the European level need to be translated to the Belgian ecosystem. This is important because not every country, not every sector that they're at the same development levels there. We see in Belgium there are quite a developed, for example, an electronic identity system there. And what this technology as a blockchain and what EPSI means, it's, well, there are many unknowns, resistances, and question marks among the public authorities, not only in Belgium, but also in other public authorities as well. And we need to develop the best tools, best methods to translate them for the Belgian ecosystem. And for that, we need use cases to learn, to experiment, and develop the right tools to help on these transitions. And so therefore, again, such initiatives, such efforts that they're very important to create rooms to discuss what is needed, what are the hesitances, and how we can solve them together. Well, thank you very much for your attention. And if you would like to get some further information about EPSI activities and what EPSI4BE is doing, I'm also inviting you to check our website and Twitter and LinkedIn accounts. We will try to be a little more actively using these communications channels. But for the moment, it can give you a good starting point, an idea what current efforts are. Thank you very much. I don't know if there are some questions.
Maybe one.
Yes.
Is it possible for third parties to build applications on top of the components you show, or is it really only for public services themselves?
So for the moment, the use cases are for the public services. There are, and the priority is also in the public sector area. Of course, with the applications we, for example, Wallet provides for the moment that they are EPSI compliant, and there are profit-based or private sector organizations. But the effort is, for the moment, it is really creating the use cases, creating the systems there, identifying needs, and through the support of the EU money, EU-funded money, to really move gradually to the implementation stage. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now the pleasure now to introduce you Daniel Duseuil. So Daniel Duseuil is a colleague of Avrim. And we'll have a little fireside chat with Denis Bernot afterwards. So Denis is working for Blockchain, and just have a conversation, three of them. So who is Daniel Duseuil? So Daniel Duseuil is working on decentralized identity. So you saw previously that Thibaut Verhelst spoke a lot about identity and other actors as well. So this is exactly what Daniel is working on at the EPSI level, so European level. So Daniel, thanks again for being here, and I'll let you plug in your PC and all the stuff.
Okay. Good afternoon already. So thanks for having me here. I'm very happy to be here. It's a pleasure also. I'm also excited for this initiative that puts a bit Belgium on the blockchain map. It's needed. A lot of countries are already on the map. So hopefully this initiative will take on some next steps. I will go on a bit. Avrim did an introduction of what this EPSI is about. I will dive into one specific use case, a very important one, but okay. I just met maybe some things I like to highlight. I would like to focus on, and as seen in the slide, on the decentralized identity aspect. Because I think next to decentralized finance, that is one of the most important, use cases that we have for that decentralized technology. So we'll talk about this decentralized identity that is becoming, or should becoming, it's also a bit in potentials, a new reality for EU citizens. And I will highlight how it's supported by blockchain and it's supported by EPSI. I will zoom out a bit, and as you know, there's a lot of traction also today in Europe, a lot of things happening on digital identity. As you have known, President von der Leyen released next year the ambitious plan to build that European digital identity. And she gathered a lot of interesting terms about govern your own data, about control, about citizens empowerment, about also digital sovereignty. And in reality, that will happen and is now working on is some mobile device, to be determined what, that could include a lot of credentials, so that the citizen can interact at his own pace, at his own breathing, with different kinds. In this visual, you see theater tickets, driving licenses, mobility, banking, all those kind of credentials need to be controlled, and you need a framework for that. Now, if we look, and that's also the challenge, and maybe also the opportunity for this community, if we look at the current solutions that are now being applied, that people try to answer, yeah, we can make this with the current standards, those are the models you all know in the identity. Federated identity model, you have a user that wants to make use of a services, he needs to go back to or rely on an identity provider, the Google account, the Facebook account, or the other accounts, that gives them the identity of trust, with, of course, all the aspects. Another model that we often see in data exchange, used in a connection between data sources, private or public sector, is that the user wants to do something, exchanges data, but those two senders or the two organizations try to exchange that. So that's a bit of traditional data sharing, where you have a portal and a sender, a certain secure data information there. So that's also happening behind the scenes without the user knowing it. But of course, and already a bit mentioned, we see a lot of challenges with those models. I will not go into much details, but I presume that you all will know. Of course, with those models for federated identity, you have, of course, the big challenge that big tech, big gov is watching you. All things that you do, all interactions can potentially be correlated, or correlated also be tracked. We also see that linking data in the traditional model is not scalable. Yeah? It's very difficult to connect every potential source with other source. Yeah? And some sources are not available. Yeah? So that's also a problem. We see also a big problem if a user tries to share data. How can we selectively disclose data or discreetly share that? That's not possible. Yeah? And we also see that user consent, multiple identities, trusting information without your data share is very difficult. So the current models, in our view, make it that the user is lost, is trapped, and also the business model don't scale. Yeah? So trying to build a new European digital identity with old models will face the limits that it already have been done. Yeah? Of course, yeah, is there an alternative? We think there is, and the alternative is relatively simple, is put the user in control of it. Yeah? Put the user at the very heart of it, and then that's what's emerged, what we have called the self-sovereign identity. Yeah? It's not only about user centricity. User centricity you see a lot, but it's really putting that user in the very heart of it, yeah? Central to the administration of the system. Yeah? And maybe some people are wondering, okay, where is the blockchain part into this? Here this comes. You could put the user in the control, in the center, and in this example, he just wants to share educational credentials from his university to employer. He needs to receive that in a format that he can store in his own wallet and also share. Yeah? Now, sharing and storing information is not the big challenges. It's of course knowing I have a piece of information. How do I know that I can trust that? Yeah? In the classical way, the employer calls the university calls back and say, okay, yeah, this is a diploma, this is what? That is a classical modus, yeah, with all correlation aspect. If we put a ledger there between it, we can have an independent, decentralized source that can easily keep track. Is that credential issued by the right party to the right people? Has it not been tampered? Has it not been revoked? Without having that risk of privacy loss. User controls what he shares, but the employer can also easily, the relying party, easily check, is that the information valid? So you have a very simple case. Now, that is a concept, a general concept, self-sovereign identity. A lot of organizations are working on this, private and public. But within the context, which Evrim already highlighted, so I won't go into too much detail, we're also working on what we have called the European Self-Sovereign Identity Framework, which is a part of the EPSI aspect, but something bigger. European partnership has already been introduced, so I skip those kind of things, but we rely on important nodes. But if you look, okay, what is EPSI today? We have, of course, the blockchain layer, the infrastructure layer, but we are trying to build also capabilities, what we have called the verified credential profile, based on the standards, and that is supporting multiple use cases. We have ASIF use case as a whole, as a capability, but also looking at education, also looking at social security. How can this interaction of credentials be based on that? And we see a lot of more use cases. Now, what is, of course, our added value? Why are governments entering in this place? Is to see that we have, of course, as government, a lot of authentic sources, a lot of credentials of its users. Those credentials are used in many, many business processes and are mostly also the base of it. A KYC without a government credential is difficult. Applying for a loan, applying for whatever, or interacting or applying for a job, you also need to government interaction. So we try to support how those citizens can be more involved and how to try to see it, how can we link it with EIDAS, how can we link it with GDPR. And of course standardize, because governments are a bit reluctant. If you don't come with standards and you need to interact with every potential wallet, it is of course a problem. Now, the same model that I have presented in a few slides ago is the thing that we are now experimenting with in EPSI and try to see how this works. So EPSI is a trusted registry, which our layer is the green layer, so with the supporting trust services. The above layer, and maybe coming back to the question that somebody of the audience also mentioned, where do solutions come into? The red layer is the business layer. It's not something that that EPSI is controlling. The user will choose his wallet that he trusts. And there's a lot of interaction also needed between what we have called enterprise wallet and the user wallet. Those solutions also need to be built. So on top of EPSI, but in the broader ecosystem, a lot of interaction need to help, and a lot of organization need to be supported to build those kind of things. Of course, we look at standards. How can we work with those kind of standards? So verify credentials, decentralized identifier are the most important one. But also related, verify attestation and verify mandates was a bit the variants of those kind of things. And we try to link those kind of things with the IDAS minimal data sets. Now, what are our pilots that we are running? As mentioned, we are working, also mentioned by Evelyn, we are working on the diploma case. That was relatively said 2 years ago, that is an easy one, but you need to see that you are mobilizing a complete sector. So it's not about, okay, I have the solution, here's my diploma, I put a hash on the blockchain, and we are ready. No, it's about mobilizing all the sector, having standards, having agreements, having governance to include, okay, who can I trust? So that is also the work that we are doing and taking that to the next level. Mobilizing the educational sector is one thing. We are also trying to see, okay, how can social security also be mobilized? Because this is the posted to workers to be journey. So he travels to another country, and he also needs, if somebody has already done that, you know how cumbersome all the work is, to have all your paperwork okay, and then face something, you need to go to a hospital, and then trouble starts. So how can we make sure that those kind of things are working? Those are the use cases that we are working. Now, putting it a bit in a bigger perspective, this is the work in EPSI, but we need to see that it's also aligned with what the work that has been done in the EU Digital Identity Wallet. So that is completed. And therefore, we foresee, or we try to focus, is that you will be having an evolution. Currently, most identity solutions are very, very centralized. I think we are now evolving, also with the initiative of the policy people, to move towards hybrid solutions. More centralized solutions-based aspect, but we will include already some concept of decentralized aspect, about having verified credentials, having empowered users that can share whatever information they want. And then, that is our hope, of course, to fully go to decentralized solution. And there's also a discussion that we will have. We try to see that, okay, then you have a fully empowered citizen, not being tracked, not being controlled by a centralized instance. But we need, of course, to see those phases. It's just an indication, but it's also what we see in evolution. We have had a lot of conversation with the IDAS people to see, okay, can they evolve already to decentralized aspect, but it was too soon for them. So we need to make something more hybrid that could work with the classical solution, but also with the new solution. Of course, as you know, hybrid is a bit dangerous, that it stays in the hybrid modus. So we need, of course, to evolve to another level. And those are also a bit the requirements that we have pushed laid towards the IDAS working group, the EU Digital Identity. Of course, we need to ensure that the trusted registry are supported, that we have legal certainty on all those aspects, that they include in the aspect, and that they support the verified credentials and the DITs. So that is important. They have taken this into consideration, so we hope to see in the first reference implementation that those things are supported, and then we can pilot. Because maybe, as you have known, there's also a big call for Digital Europe programs, and they have two topics, an EPSI topic and an EIDAS topic, so we'd like to combine that. So we'd like to see that a lot of countries will now pilot those specifications, that they pilot the decentralized registries that we are building, but also pilot the verified credentials interaction within the wallet. So that's also very important. A lot of countries are now trying to mobilize those kinds of things, also based on use cases. And I hope, but that's maybe something for the discussion afterwards in a moment, to see also Belgium playing an important role in this. Because we see Spain, Netherlands, Finland, all different countries playing an active role, but they're also looking at Belgium. We were the pioneers on the EID. We were pioneers also in a lot of e-government things, but we tend to miss this train, and that would be a pity. And that is, of course, why blockchain for Belgium is also important. We have to see that we don't miss those kind of things. So that is my story for EPSI. So still a lot of work to be done, But you see that the governments are engaged. We see also a lot of private partners engaged. So we need now to take this a bit to the next level and really implement it and build a wallet that is useful for the citizens. Okay. So I hope that was clear.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel. I have some reaction on internet.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Alors, first question. On the site, so the website on the screen, it speaks about the use case social security. Can you tell us more about it? Is it related with the crypto euro?
No, it's not related with the crypto euro. The social security aspect is about really securing your e-health, your insurance that you have. You need to look at those kind of things. Don't look at the securities in a financial way. It's about, okay, do I have my e-health insurance ready? Do I have my employer been paying my debts on those kind of things? It's about those aspects.
So about chômage and stuff like that.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. And I propose you the pleasure to also have Denis Borneau. So he's co-leading or leading world chain, so blockchain for Wallonia. And I will be moderating a session with you, Daniel.
Okay, thank you.
And everyone about the EPSI, the European blockchain infrastructure. So thank you.
Thank you.
And,
I will be in between.
So maybe I'll let you introduce yourself, Denis.
Hello, I'm Denis Borneau. I'm the co-founder of the community of blockchain in Wallonia, so the south part of Belgium. We are a community. Thank you very much, Ephraim and Daniel. You are the ambassador of EPSI, both, I will say. We are here in Brussels, capital of Europe. We are here in BOSA, the administration that work on the strategy for the digital agenda of the Secretary of State, State Secretary Mathieu Michel. If you have the opportunity to put something, to summarize, to have something on his agenda, what should it be for you? What's next for Belgium?
Daniel, please go ahead.
Okay, I will happily take that opportunity because we have already tried with EPSI, with all the colleagues, to put this in the agenda. Belgium was one of the first ones initiating countries, but now you see that it's becoming another league. Now you need more fundamental, more structural support. It's not about some people that are enthusiastic and creating something, doing it in the free time. You need to go to the next level. And I see that a lot of countries are already playing in that league. Spain is already mobilized. You have dedicated people. So if we don't want to lose that competition, we need to engage. And the State Secretary, Mathieu Michel, has engaged on his journey to build the new digital wallet for Belgium. So that's an important aspect. But I would like to see, on a personal level, but also see that we don't only have a wallet within the next 3 to 6 months that's predictive, but also look at, okay, what would be the next generation? So I think we need already to build the next version of that wallet, and also look at, I have mentioned the hybrid wallet. They also need to think about the hybrid wallet, because that will be the next aspect. So we need to think about tomorrow, not only what we do today. So that will be, and of course, both our colleagues and are organizing that aspect. So get in touch, get also in because they can also be part of this big journey.
Okay, I would say the Belgian citizen hits me very, very well. He's using it more and more. Do you think that a blockchain project like EPSI could help those kind of solution, Belgium solution, to go abroad and be a standard?
I mean, this is of course a difficult question to answer, whether the EPSI would take that type of direction there. But I want to really second what Daniel said there. I think Belgium is experiencing sort of a curse of being a pioneer and a leading on e-identity the solutions there, and there's a good working model in Belgium there. But it's important, as again Daniel said there, to keep in mind what's coming next. And what's in a more bigger picture, in broader line, the implications of this new system. So in our the personal correspondence and the works there, we see that there's a partial resistance because of the good the work, the good solution that was taken from the current system there, and it's also in terms of the wallets. The project there, it is mostly about this hybrid solution. It's also how it to came out, and it's not only for Belgium itself, but as trying to find a middle ground between what a decentralized technologies, verifiable credentials, and how they can work in a centralized the systems there, a centralized PK system there. So, it personally, I think it's important here to keep a clear eye on the goal, on the future, and I see this is a more decentralized. This is a citizen base is a future there, and it's important to take the strategies, to take the steps towards that future. There could be, of course, it is not an easy transition. There are lots of challenges and there are lots of unknowns on the way as well. Legal dimensions, the governance dimensions, the societal dimensions, they're only another part of it there. But a clear guidance, a clear goal, and having a clarity of the implications of this future for Belgian citizens, for Belgian the companies, and communicating that, I think it would be helpful, encouraging also the stakeholder organization in Belgian ecosystem to work on this effort.
Awareness is key. If you don't understand, you don't want to go. So what should be the baby steps to start?
Well, the baby steps can be, you are now currently having the calls to pilot certain technology. So be a part of those kind of calls and get engaged, learn from other countries that have in it. So an openness to innovation would be a first step. And try to see if what you are constructing is also capable to look at a new architecture.
Absolutely. And here, again, Belgium is the not only country that they are facing these difficulties. So it's important for Belgian authorities to engage in other European authorities, organizations, their counterparts there, their hesitations, their solutions. And I think the solution will come through this synergy, the engagement between counterparts.
Mr. Mathieu Michel, I think the agenda are open, and we are all willing to work with you in order to make this real. Thank you very much. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
So thanks. So thank you, everybody. It's time for lunch. So those watching online now, we're going to take a break. So enjoy online, check your YouTube, take a kebab or whatever you like, and enjoy the lunch. We come back at 1:30. Hello, everybody. Good to have you back here in Brussels. I'm really happy to have three well-known guys. So first, I have Valentin from Cryptos. There. I have Florian Arnault, which is a lawyer at Avocat. And then I have Marc Zeller. Donc je vais switcher en français parce que ici on va avoir une table ronde avec ces trois personnes, ces trois personnes de l'écosystème, afin de discuter un peu de tout ce qui est fiscalité, le régime MiCA, la législation, tout ça. Donc Valentin va pouvoir, vu qu'il est journaliste chez Crypto, il va pouvoir un peu guider et orienter cette discussion. Donc Valentin, je te remercie beaucoup. Et je propose peut-être que vous vous présentez peut-être brièvement tous les trois pour commencer. Après Valentin, tu prends le lead. Merci beaucoup.
Alors Valentin Demey, du coup journaliste à Cryptos, qui est un des médias majoritaires dans l'écosystème en France. Donc je vais essayer d'animer un petit peu cette table ronde et d'échanger sur ces sujets qui sont tout frais, puisque on a vu lundi qu'on n'est pas passé loin de se faire interdire le proof of work en Europe, mais on va y revenir juste avant.
Moi, donc Florian Arnault, avocat au barreau de Liège. Je suis avocat dans tous les secteurs blockchain et technologie, avec une spécialisation en fiscalité. Donc voilà, je participe avec plaisir à cette table ronde.
Et je suis Marc Zeller, je travaille chez AV depuis 2019. Je suis Head of Developer Relations et Head of Integration, ce qui veut dire en français et en mots normaux que je crée les ponts entre les différents protocoles et le protocole AV d'un point de vue technique. Et c'est un plaisir de participer à cette table ronde à Bruxelles.
Et donc, effectivement, en direct de Bruxelles, merci à l'événement de nous accueillir. On reprendra cet extrait aussi sur Cryptost en fin de semaine, donc ça sera aussi tout frais pour échanger sur ces sujets. On va parler de DeFi, parce que ça te concerne beaucoup. On va parler aussi de NFT, parce que dans le cadre de la réglementation, on a vu beaucoup MiCA agiter les foules sur l'interdiction du proof of work, et ça a été cet amendement refusé lundi de justesse, mais ce n'est pas passé. Une des commissions, parce que c'est en fait ce qu'on appelle la trilogie, si je ne dis pas de bêtises.
C'est ça, le trilogue. Ouais.
Le trilogue, pardon, qui du coup fait des allers-retours pour essayer d'avoir cette version finale de MiCA. Dans l'une des instances, eh bien, il fallait donner cette version. Proof of work voulait être interdit. Est-ce qu'on peut revenir un petit peu du coup sur ce qui a failli nous arriver il y a quelques jours où on a failli perdre le proof of work en Europe, Florian?
Marc, tu compléteras en deux mots. Ce qui s'est passé, c'est qu'initialement, ils voulaient effectivement ne pas en parler. Puis il y a eu deux députés parlementaires européens qui ont fait une proposition pour clairement bannir Bitcoin. Et puis ça a été retiré. Stéphane Berger, la personne référente dans la sous-commission Econ, avait tweeté le 7 mars que c'est bon, on n'avait plus de ban. Et puis la semaine passée, patatras, on nous a ressorti cette proof of work ban qui était sous deux formes, sauf erreur, et il y avait une proposition soft et une proposition plus dure, et finalement, on a voté contre cet ajout. Et Marc, tu peux nous parler de...
Moi, ce qui m'impressionne, c'est que on n'est pas passé loin d'une sacrée catastrophe pour l'écosystème, puisque la version dure du texte qui est arrivée entre le moment où on est passé du brouillon, le draft, à la version finale, prévoyait que, alors on simplifie là-dessus puisque c'est un texte plus d'une centaine, presque de 100 pages et c'est assez complexe la législation, mais prévoyait que les actifs utilisant la preuve de travail, c'est-à-dire de la puissance de calcul afin de sécuriser le réseau, c'est-à-dire plus de 90% de la valeur échangée aujourd'hui dans le marché est concernée par ça, puisqu'on parle de l'actif Bitcoin et de l'actif Ethereum tel qu'il existe aujourd'hui, se retrouvaient non pas seulement interdit de faire déployer de la puissance de calcul sur le territoire européen, mais aussi interdiction pour les fameux PSAN, sur le terme français, VSAP sur le terme international, d'échanger, de détenir, de proposer des services liés à ces actifs-là. Donc en fait, c'était de facto une interdiction de 90% du marché des cryptos, et du coup, une mise à mort de l'industrie européenne dans le secteur au profit des autres acteurs internationaux, puisque la blockchain n'a pas de nationalité particulière, et du coup, ça aurait été un cadeau monumental pour Londres, très probablement, et monumental pour les États-Unis, avec tous les cerveaux, toutes les industries, tous les acteurs qui auraient pris un aller simple pour d'autres territoires.
Avec l'executive order de Biden qui a été voté
exactement,
même pas 3 jours avant. Quoi.
Voilà, 3 jours avant, les États-Unis font quelque chose à 180 degrés en disant il y a une industrie qui est naissante, elle est intéressante, il faut légiférer, réglementer et donner un cadre afin de faire grandir dans un cadre raisonnable cette activité. Et du coup, l'Europe a failli se tirer, bon, c'est pas la première fois de son histoire que ça arrive, mais une énorme balle dans le pied et tuer son industrie, alors que le territoire européen représente et a la chance d'avoir parmi les meilleurs protocoles. Sur les 10 plus gros protocoles de la finance décentralisée, 8 sont d'origine, entre guillemets, européenne. On citera l'américain Compound, qui est à la 10e place, et le sud-africain, c'est compliqué d'y adosser une nationalité, Curve, qui est dans le top 3, selon la manière dont on compte. Mais à part ça, tous les acteurs ont une origine.
Un pied européen.
Un pied européen, en tout cas, si ce n'est qu'une partie des équipes. Donc en fait, on allait tuer ça du jour au lendemain en un vote. Et là où je veux bien insister, c'est qu'il y a eu un débat démocratique, puisque ce n'est pas des choses qui se font dans une arrière-cour, etc. Il y a eu un débat démocratique. Ces députés ont proposé cette interdiction. Les débats ont fait que ça a été retiré du texte. Et par des intrigues de palais, entre on passe du brouillon à la version finale, ils ont tenté de réintroduire
quelques jours avant,
donc pas de possibilité de débat possible, cette interdiction. Pour moi, ça heurte la démocratie européenne de faire ce type de choses, et c'est plutôt bon signe que les personnes qui ont participé à ce vote n'ont pas accepté ce type de comportement.
36
sur 300.
Ouais. 36-24 et ils sont 300
sur cette commission. Et effectivement, ça, le week-end précédent, parce que effectivement, c'était samedi, dimanche, ça a beaucoup agité. On a vu les forces vives de l'écosystème européen agiter les drapeaux rouges pour dire attention de ne pas faire de bêtises, exactement pour ce que tu viens de dire là, Marc. Mais cette interdiction du proof of work, c'est une partie de MiCA. On rappelle, MiCA, c'est Market in Crypto Asset, cette grosse régulation qui va arriver, qui pourrait englober justement un peu tous les NFT, la DeFi, et peut-être faire un micmac incompréhensible. Et je sais que justement la DAN et d'autres institutions essayent d'expliquer qu'il ne faut pas tout mettre dans un même package et brouiller les pistes. Est-ce qu'on peut revenir justement ensemble sur les autres points que MiCA concerne? Dans un premier temps, la DeFi, parce que Marc, du coup, tu travailles chez AV. Est-ce que c'est dans les 10-15 que tu citais, AV est le premier, je suppose, du coup, sur premier ou deuxième, c'est ça?
Premier ou deuxième, ça dépend du marché et des fluctuations.
Donc, tu es bien placé pour voir un petit peu ce qui se passe. Du coup, comment MiCA impacte la finance décentralisée? J'ai cru comprendre qu'elle pouvait interdire les DEX, ou en tout cas donc les échanges décentralisés, ou en tout cas menacer aussi les stablecoins, certains stablecoins. Où est-ce qu'on en est du coup pour MiCA concernant la DeFi cette fois-ci?
Alors comme on le sait, il y a eu des changements de dernière minute, mais si on parle du texte et de ma compréhension, je ne suis pas juriste, je laisserai les spécialistes en parler, je ne suis qu'un acteur de l'écosystème. En vrai, MiCA, ce n'était pas quelque chose d'absolument négatif pour l'écosystème, puisque, en fait, avoir un cadre, c'est toujours meilleur pour une industrie, pour des entrepreneurs, pour des protocoles. C'est toujours mieux que de ne pas savoir. Parce que ne pas savoir, c'est de la confusion. La confusion, du coup, ça crée certaines craintes et certains freins pour les gens qui veulent participer à ce marché, notamment les institutions. Et le texte avait été pas parfait pour l'industrie, c'était pas un chèque en blanc à l'industrie, donc ça, c'est normal qu'il y ait des consensus qui soient trouvés entre les différents acteurs, mais n'était pas un frein absolu. Il y avait vraiment cette partie du texte et une autre qui avait fait moins de bruit, mais qui est très importante à mes yeux, qui est l'interdiction du proof of work. Ça a disparu, et c'est une bonne chose. 2, considérer les NFT comme actifs financiers, pour moi, ça n'a aucun sens. Il n'y a pas de logique. C'est-à-dire quelqu'un qui a une compréhension basique de l'écosystème, considérer tous les NFT comme des actifs financiers, que ce soit une jolie photo, de l'art ou un actif dans un jeu de métaverse, devoir faire une déclaration d'impôt parce que son héros dans son jeu sur la blockchain a une épée, c'est un petit peu compliqué. Et ça me semble peu cohérent de le faire. Même si peut-être que cette épée peut être échangée, etc. Mais il y a cet aspect, nous, acteurs de l'écosystème, Et on a été très accompagné en France par l'Association de défense des acteurs numériques, la DAN, en Europe avec une multitude d'associations européennes. Donc il y a vraiment eu un effort éducatif. Certains diraient lobby, mais vraiment, de notre point de vue, c'était apporter de la connaissance à ces acteurs législatifs. De ne pas tout mettre dans le même panier.
Parce que c'est vrai que souvent c'est de l'incompréhension. On a vu sur quoi se sont basés justement les députés européens. Une partie des députés européens pour essayer de bannir Bitcoin, c'était sur des dossiers qui n'étaient pas forcéfiables en termes de données.
Qui est quelqu'un qui fait des fake news.
Voilà,
c'est comme si
chiffres,
on avait confié toute la politique Covid à Didier Raoult.
C'est effectivement...
Après, c'est peut-être très politique ce que je viens de dire, et chacun a le droit d'avoir son opinion, mais on est sur ce niveau-là. C'est-à-dire on a
quelqu'un qui avait dit en 2017, en 2020, Bitcoin utilisera toute l'énergie possible de la planète.
Voilà.
Effectivement.
Bon, et les océans vont être épouillantés.
Voilà,
sur ce que tu dis, Marc, c'est vrai que ça peut être, entre guillemets, considéré par une certaine frange comme du lobby, mais malheureusement, ça n'en est pas du tout, parce que c'est vraiment une façon de faire comprendre aux gens comment ça fonctionne et de démocratiser le savoir, parce que c'est vrai que parfois, il y a des aspects un peu techniques qui font peur. Et donc, c'est vraiment ça le travail des acteurs, je pense. Et il faut le dire, c'est pas du lobby, c'est simplement essayer de faire comprendre ce qu'il y a derrière ces technologies pour que les gens se disent, ah oui, d'accord, en fait, tout compte fait, c'est pas si mystérieux et enfumé que ça. Donc ça, c'est sûr que la semaine passée, avec tout ce qu'on a vu sur Twitter, on s'est demandé un peu ce qui se passait. Peut-être pour revenir sur Mika aussi, c'est vrai que la régulation, elle est importante. Alors c'est bien beau qu'un juriste vous dise ça, parce qu'à la limite, je prêche pour ma paroisse et je me frotte les mains quand il y a des nouvelles lois qui passent. Pas du tout. Parce que pour moi, pour le moment, c'est un casse-tête d'accompagner des projets. On me demande, ouais, ok, moi j'aimerais bien mettre un token de telle caractéristique, il va faire telle utilisation, ou j'aimerais bien faire ça, comment est-ce que je peux faire. Il y a aujourd'hui des réflexions que j'ai de bon sens, mais qui ne sont pas, entre guillemets, coulées dans un texte de loi. Et donc demain, c'est ce que je dis à certains clients, si vous êtes certain, si vous voulez aller directement sur ce point-là, il y a un risque que demain la législation soit modifiée. Et donc Mika va créer un framework sur des catégories d'actifs. Un actif adossé, un jeton adossé à un actif, un jeton qui a une fonctionnalité utilitaire, etc. Et donc on va avoir, je crois, dans Mika, il y a 7 catégories. Dans la version finale que j'avais lue, mais pas celle de la semaine passée, j'ai eu un gros week-end, il y avait différentes catégories d'actifs, et donc on a mis des cases, et derrière ces cases, il y avait une espèce de mode d'emploi à respecter pour dire, ok, tu veux émettre un jeton comme ça, donc tu dois faire un white paper, il doit avoir quoi comme contenu, quoi comme forme, etc., etc., avec une petite protection du consommateur. Et comme Marc le dit, c'était relativement positif pour l'écosystème, parce qu'on avait des lignes directrices dans, ok, tu veux faire ça, alors tu peux le faire, mais tu dois faire ça, 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 ça. Et c'est vrai que ça paraît un peu aberrant de se dire que les acteurs du secteur veulent de la régulation et veulent des règles, parce qu'en réalité, elles sont paumées dans cet univers qui est gigantesque, et à un moment donné, on aimerait bien avancer. Et si on n'a pas un cadre juridique, et Mika va apporter ce cadre juridique, on avance moins vite, ou de manière risquée. Donc oui, effectivement, super positif Mika.
Et Mika, c'est combien de pages, que les gens comprennent un petit peu
180, le texte effectif, c'est à mon avis 120 pages, et puis il y a 60 pages d'annexes et de considérants, qu'on appelle ça, c'est le début. Donc ouais, c'est 180 pages.
Et pour revenir du coup sur ce qu'on disait, peut-être Florian, tu as quelques points aussi intéressants à ce sujet-là. Parmi les interrogations qu'on a sur la DeFi, est-ce que la DeFi, la finance décentralisée dans son état actuel, on sait que c'est des industries très récentes, donc effectivement c'est elles qui souvent poussent la régulation pour qu'ensuite la régulation épouse au mieux les choses qui ont été faites, tout en protégeant le consommateur. On connaît bien ces enjeux-là, mais est-ce que dans les textes, la dernière version que tu as pu lire, il y a des choses qui menacent directement la finance décentralisée en ciblant des stablecoins par exemple, ou des échangeurs décentralisés en disant, bon voilà, les CAS ou les PSAN européens ne pourront pas utiliser ces services-là, ou ce genre de choses?
Alors, donc les PSAN et les VSP, ce sont en fait des qualités qu'on a mis sur des acteurs, non pas dans Mika, mais via la directive anti-blanchiment. C'est vraiment une demande que ces acteurs, ces fournisseurs de services, les VASP, c'est les Virtual Asset Service Provider, c'est les fournisseurs de services en actifs virtuels doivent demander une autorisation au gendarme financier de leur État. Donc les PSAN, c'est les prestataires de services d'actifs numériques, et en réalité, ce sont 2 types de services qui sont fournis qui nécessitent une autorisation. C'est l'exchange crypto-fiat, c'est-à-dire vous avez donc un exchange sur lequel les gens peuvent acheter de la crypto avec du fiat Et inversement, là, vous demandez une autorisation et donc avoir tout un dossier à rendre au gendarme financier et à respecter. Et deuxième cas, c'est le custodial wallet, c'est-à-dire si vous avez la clé privée pour compte de la personne qui va déposer des fonds chez vous, vous devez être aussi inscrit chez nous. Et là, de nouveau, c'est des règles qui sont relativement logiques au niveau de la protection du consommateur. Tu ne peux pas mettre tous des sous en banque et dire je vous fais confiance.
Je pense que ça, personne dans l'écosystème ne s'y oppose.
Ben, bien sûr.
C'est normal de protéger. En fait, dès qu'il y a un lien avec le monde fiduciaire, c'est normal qu'il y ait des règles qui soient mises en place, et un contrôle et un certain cadre. Dès que les fonds des consommateurs sont détenus par une tierce partie, c'est normal qu'il y ait un cadre et qu'il y ait des protections qui soient mises en place, des assurances, ce genre de choses. Et personne dans l'écosystème est contre ça, en fait. Au contraire, c'est-à-dire ça donne un cadre, ça crée de la confiance aussi de la part des utilisateurs. Il ne faut pas vraiment avoir une vision binaire des choses en disant les acteurs de l'écosystème veulent zéro régulation, on veut que ce soit le Far West financier, etc. Et advienne que pourra. Ou alors on veut que tout soit régulé et qu'il faut montrer son passeport avant de signer une transaction. Il y a vraiment un spectre là-dessus et l'écosystème l'accepte. Après, là où ça va grincer des dents, et ce n'est pas le cas à ma connaissance dans le texte actuel, c'est pour ça que Mika n'avait pas forcément mauvaise réputation, à part cette intrigue de palais qui a eu lieu sur le Proof of Work, dans le sens où les acteurs qui sont réellement décentralisés, réellement non-custodian, réellement ouverts et open source, etc.
Avec mis là-dedans
avait là-dedans, clairement, Uniswap est là-dedans, Curve est là-dedans, Compound aux États-Unis est là-dedans, etc. Les acteurs principaux de la finance décentralisée, qui justifient leur nom de finance décentralisée par cet aspect décentralisé, sortent de ce cadre, dans le sens où pourquoi il faudrait faire en sorte que l'utilisateur, ses fonds, soit protégé, entre guillemets, s'il est lui-même en pleine possession à 100% et à tout moment de ses fonds. Alors bien sûr, des protections en termes d'audit de code, etc., ça c'est parfaitement acceptable.
Oui, mais Mika va par exemple définir le contenu informatif qui doit être rédigé pour qu'un jeton type sur AV puisse être distribué aux utilisateurs.
Ça me semble parfaitement normal.
Oui, non, mais donc c'est ça, je veux dire, l'autorisation FSMA ou gendarme financier ne concerne pas AV et les DEX et la DeFi parce qu'ils sont vraiment décentralisés. Et donc, ils n'ont pas, en fait, ils ne rentrent simplement pas dans le service que le VSP doit rendre pour être agréé.
Et ça, c'était le grand danger qui a été évité. Ouais. C'est que on considère AV comme AMSAN. Ce qui n'aurait aucun sens, parce qu'une DAO ne peut pas vraiment chercher une licence, ce serait compliqué. Une DAO n'est pas vraiment sur un territoire, c'est-à-dire s'il fallait AMSAN, ça veut dire que la DAO aurait dû toquer à la porte de l'AMF, aurait dû toquer aux gendarmes belges, enfin ça n'a aucun sens.
Ça va être le gros problème, ça va être le grand débat, c'est la reconnaissance d'une DAO dans le monde juridique, est-ce que ça existe, est-ce que ça n'existe pas.
Et ça rentre pas dans Mika, là, ça n'aborde pas du tout ces points-là.
Pas à ma connaissance, non.
Et il y a certains États, l'État du Wyoming a fait le test aux États-Unis l'année passée. Ils ont reconnu la DAO comme une limited, donc une société avec une personnalité juridique, une organisation avec une personnalité juridique, donc qui est sujet de droit. Ça veut dire qu'elle peut s'engager droits et obligations. Donc, intellectuellement, c'est génial parce qu'en réalité, on avance. Et ils ont fait un petit peu marche arrière quand même parce qu'ils se sont rendus compte qu'il y avait quelques problèmes. Et puis il y a eu, à mon avis,
c'est une expérimentation qui est intéressante, à mon sens, où il y a vraiment certains régulateurs qui ont cette démarche d'être pionniers sur cette nouvelle manière de faire les choses au final. Et c'est plutôt encourageant, dans le sens où il y a de grandes chances que d'ici 5 ans, 10 ans, 15 ans, on ait des cadres qui soient adaptés à ce type d'acteurs, ce qui permettra à l'écosystème de fleurir quand même dans un contexte qui apporte de la confiance, même si on est dans des systèmes qui sont censés être trustless, c'est-à-dire où il n'y a pas besoin qu'il y ait de relations de confiance, mais où on sait que c'est pas n'importe qui peut faire n'importe quoi, n'importe comment.
À la décharge du législateur, et c'est pour ça que dans nos métiers et dans notre façon de fonctionner, moi, j'ai une attitude un peu sceptique par rapport au message de dire attention, il ne faut pas rater le train de la crypto parce que sinon c'est les États-Unis. Et je le dis et je le pense, hein, mais je trouve qu'en termes de communication avec les législateurs, il faut arriver avec une approche qui est résolument positive et apporter une solution, de dire ok, on comprend vous stressez sur ce point-là, alors nous on vous propose de faire comme ça, et donc vous allez mettre à la limite un cadre qui sera peut-être assez élargi, avec une possibilité de le restreindre si vous voyez qu'il y a des abus, mais donc tu rentres dans une démarche assez proactive et de solutions, orientée solution. Ok, vous avez un stress parce que ceci, parce que cela, nous on propose ça comme solution. Et ça, j'ai l'impression qu'il y a de plus en plus d'acteurs qui commencent à s'en rendre compte que éviter la discussion avec les entités politiques et législatives, ça n'a pas d'intérêt parce qu'en réalité, on va...
Et ils sont à l'écoute?
De plus en plus. Moi, j'ai été auditionné, Christophe en parlait tout à l'heure, je crois, j'ai été auditionné en janvier par le Parlement belge, qui a un comité d'avis. Donc, c'est un comité qui a écouté toute une série d'acteurs de la crypto et de la blockchain en Belgique, académiques, profs d'UNIF, avocats, tous des gens du secteur, qui vont ensuite comprendre ce que c'est. Ils ont pris le temps de comprendre, et puis après, ils vont essayer de faire des propositions de loi au Parlement belge, qui va pouvoir ensuite éventuellement voter une législation fiscale, un cadre innovant. Moi, je proposais de dire, voilà, reconnaissez les DAO comme étant une entité juridique avec une personnalité, un peu comme le Wyoming, et on va pouvoir, entre guillemets, faire une espèce de sandbox et un bac à sable, on va pouvoir un peu regarder comment tout fonctionne, et éventuellement...
C'est ce qui a fait le succès du Royaume-Uni sur la question de la DeFi, parce que c'était l'un des tout premiers acteurs européens. Ils étaient encore européens quand ils ont lancé ça. Bon, il s'est passé certaines choses, tout le monde est au courant. Mais la FCA, qui est l'équivalent de l'AMF français, et je ne connais pas le nom du régulateur. FSMA en Belgique, ont créé une sandbox pour les Electronic Money Institutions et parce que ça ne s'appelait pas la finance décentralisée à l'époque, mais c'était un peu ce concept-là, avait été parmi les premiers rounds à partir de l'année 2017, ce qui a donné un cadre, ce qui a permis à la société AV, pas au protocole, puisqu'une DAO, avoir une licence est compliqué, mais la société AV qui développe le code d'AV, d'avoir une licence Electronic Money Institution. Et l'Angleterre a vraiment tiré son épingle du jeu. Et aujourd'hui, il y a énormément d'acteurs européens qui sont à Londres. La société AV est basée à Londres, incorporée à Londres aujourd'hui, parce que le régulateur a su détecter une opportunité. Et ils l'ont fait de manière relativement intelligente, puisqu'on était dans une sandbox, quelque chose de limité, en disant, il y a ce truc-là, c'est émergent, ça va peut-être marcher, ça va peut-être échouer, mais tant que vous êtes dans une taille raisonnable et que vous suivez un petit peu ces règles-là, allez-y, lancez-vous.
Et c'est l'avantage de mettre dans la sandbox, c'est d'avoir, entre guillemets, un regard direct sur le protocole ou sur les projets pour voir l'évolution et mettre ce cadre assez large pour pouvoir éventuellement après...
Il y a une vraie intelligence du régulateur anglais sur ces questions-là. Aujourd'hui, ça me manque en France. La France a eu je suis désolé de parler de la France alors qu'on est sur un sujet européen, mais c'est les acteurs que je connais le mieux.
Avec Pierre Persson.
Voilà. La France a eu quand même des initiatives, notamment sur les ICO. Ça a été l'un des premiers pays au monde à donner un cadre, avec le fameux visa, AMF, etc. Est-ce que ça a marché ou pas? Bon, ça, c'est d'autres choses, mais au moins, il y a eu une volonté qui a été réelle. Les acteurs français sont assez à l'écoute. La DAN, par rapport à 2017, par rapport à 2018, maintenant il y a un vrai dialogue, que ce soit la Banque de France, l'AMF, etc. On a vraiment l'impression qu'on est passé de « c'est quoi ce machin, ça m'intéresse pas » à « c'est bizarre, ça fait peur » à « bon, ça existe, il y a un vrai écosystème, on va discuter ». Et cette évolution, elle s'est faite relativement rapidement pour ce type d'acteurs qui ont quand même une certaine inertie. Et en 5 ans, en une demi-décennie, on a vraiment maintenant un vrai dialogue. Mais l'étape d'après, c'est que ça se transcrive concrètement dans le droit positif.
Oui, parce que tu le disais effectivement tout à l'heure, c'est une palette de couleurs, on n'est pas noir ou gris, enfin on n'est pas noir ou blanc, justement ça peut être gris, et ça peut avoir autant d'avantages pour que l'Europe devienne l'Angleterre de l'époque, justement, et qu'on vienne bâtir sur des choses solides en Europe parce que la loi le permet. Un dernier mot justement parce qu'on parle beaucoup là de Mika et de ce qui ne va pas dans Mika. On parle rarement de ce qui va bien et on va pas sortir de cette règle-là, même si je mettrai en description de la vidéo quelques liens si on veut aller plus loin et comprendre les choses qui vont bien dans Mika, sur les choses qui peuvent être moins bien. On en a parlé un petit peu au début, je voulais juste qu'on revienne un petit peu dessus sur les NFT. Quels risques ont aujourd'hui les NFT, les plateformes comme OpenSea que ça soit avec Mika ou tu disais tout à l'heure, Florian, la lutte contre le blanchiment et le financement du terrorisme, à devoir justement demander de KYC ou ce genre de choses. Où est-ce qu'on en est pour cette classe d'actifs? Tu l'as introduit tout à l'heure, Marc, en disant que ça pouvait être une classe d'actifs qui devrait être considérée, comme tu disais,
actif financier.
Actif financier, merci. Où est-ce qu'on en est?
Alors,
vas-y.
Alors, la première chose que je veux dire, c'est que il est très dangereux et rarement optimum de réguler une technologie en tant que telle. Et les NFT, c'est une technologie. C'est-à-dire, c'est comment rendre quelque chose de digital, de numérique, avec une certaine rareté. Genre, créer de la rareté dans l'espace numérique, c'est quelque chose de nouveau qu'a apporté la technologie blockchain. Et cette chose-là est unique et possède des métadonnées. En gros, un NFT, c'est ça. C'est-à-dire, on a une pièce digitale unique qui possède des métadonnées, on en fait ce qu'on veut. Et du coup, un NFT, ça peut être une image, c'est-à-dire ça peut être un certificat de « je suis propriétaire de cette image », ça c'est des trucs que les gens connaissent, les fameux CryptoPunk, Bored Ape, Collectible, etc. Ça c'est le truc, mais c'est qu'une toute petite partie du marché potentiel. C'est-à-dire, si je suis une entreprise qui veut tokeniser, faire de la facturage, tokeniser un contrat où je vais être payé à 90 jours d'une certaine somme, et je veux utiliser ça en collatéral pour faire un emprunt, vraiment de la facturage, c'est plusieurs milliards, je peux faire un NFT de mon contrat qui prouve que cette adresse qui possède ce NFT recevra dans X jours telle somme. Et ça, c'est un NFT aussi. Alors ça, c'est un actif financier, hein, clairement. Hein, ça, c'est une sécurité, c'est un actif financier. Ça devrait être régulé comme tel, normal. Par contre, une image, je ne suis pas sûr que ce soit un actif financier. Peut-être que ça s'échange, il y a un cadre qui peut exister. Mais si c'est pas forcément quelque chose de spéculatif. C'est-à-dire, si c'est un actif dans un jeu qui n'a pas forcément vocation à avoir une valeur monétaire ou une valeur d'échange, est-ce que ça devrait être régulé pareil? Et le gros problème, c'est qu'on a eu cette vision englobante en disant c'est comme si on disait Internet, on peut faire des sites de e-commerce. Donc tout site Internet est une entreprise qui doit déclarer un chiffre d'affaires, même si on a juste un blog qui vend rien. Donc c'est un petit peu complexe comme manière de faire. Et j'espère qu'il y aurait plus de sophistication du côté du régulateur sur ce domaine-là, qui est en fait assez divers.
Et il y avait aussi un point dans Mika par rapport aux NFT où on parlait des... Je pense qu'on disait que si les NFT étaient hors exchange, ils étaient interdits. Et donc il n'y avait qu'une espèce de placement uniquement sur les exchanges pour les NFT. Donc ce qui rendait un peu comme tu dis, sur certains points, il y a des trucs, c'est aberrant, quoi. On dit,
ça retire toute l'utilité. C'est-à-dire, pourquoi être propriétaire d'un actif numérique si on ne peut pas le détenir soi-même? Du coup, si notre ownership, l'aspect qu'on soit propriétaire de cet actif numérique ne dépend qu'une base de données centralisée, excusez-moi, mais des points de fidélité dans mon compte d'agence... enfin bref, ou
dans
au supermarché, c'est la même chose. Ma cagnotte chez Auchan,
compagnie aérienne ou des trucs comme
voilà,
ça, Miles Visa.
Voilà, ça n'a aucun sens. Il n'y a pas de plus-value technologique. La plus-value technologique, c'est l'ownership, c'est-à-dire être propriétaire de ces choses-là.
Donc ça, c'est à surveiller aussi par rapport à Mika et les évolutions dans la fameuse discussion qu'on va avoir avant que ce projet soit voté en globalité.
C'est ça.
Et on en est, en termes d'échéance, dernier point là-dessus, on en est où justement sur les derniers allers-retours entre les trois parties avant que ça soit voté définitivement?
Là, dans la mesure où la sous-commission a finalisé son vote sur le projet, le projet en tant que tel va être proposé au Parlement et puis ça va aller au Conseil de l'Europe, Conseil européen, et donc ça c'est le trilogue entre les trois acteurs.
Ça peut prendre combien de temps? C'est toujours difficile d'évaluer.
Disons qu'il y a certains événements dans l'Est de l'Europe qui
pourraient peut-être accélérer ou ralentir.
C'est vraiment dans les deux sens. Hein. Soit accélérer, c'est d'ailleurs Christine Lagarde qui veut mettre ses petites intrigues de palais là-dedans.
T'aimes bien cette expression, intrigue de palais?
C'est vraiment ça. C'est quand on change quelque chose qui est fondamental à 3 jours sans débat, ça s'appelle un putsch. Hein,
mais c'est pas passé du coup.
C'est pas passé. Comme quoi, on peut avoir une certaine confiance
dans nos institutions.
Dans nos députés.
Parfois.
Je mettrai là aussi en description pour que ça intéresse la loi en totalité. Voilà, encore une fois, on a abordé quelques points qui sont, sur lesquels il faut être attentif, parfois qui sont dangereux, mais il y a d'autres aspects positifs à la régulation qu'on a commencé à aborder, mais qui n'étaient pas forcément le sujet. On est également en live, je crois qu'il y a 2-3 questions.
Oui, c'est ça, tout à fait, merci Val. On va faire en live, donc ici, j'ai une question ici justement, la question initiale qui avait été posée, c'était comment apporter l'innovation en Belgique, c'est par rapport à la blockchain, justement, pour en faire un avantage compétitif au niveau fédéral. Et si je vois une question qui demande, voilà, pourquoi ne pas faire un tax shelter, ou bien un fonds souverain, ou bien avoir un fonds souverain européen? Qu'est-ce que vous en pensez? Donc c'est la première question. Et cette personne me dit, voilà, ici, un peu comme ce qu'il fait au Salvatore et Blockstream, pour les anciens qui connaissent Blockstream, c'est assez connu. Donc ça, c'est la première question. Et la deuxième question qui est aussi sortie, c'est d'un autre auditeur qui demande, est-ce que AVV a un projet du style, donc avec le Portugal ou le Luxembourg? Donc voilà. C'est la deuxième question. Donc, la première question peut-être sera plus facile. Et la deuxième sera par rapport justement au lien AVV, Luxembourg et Portugal. Donc voilà, merci.
Alors, les gars.
Alors, moi, sur la première question, je ne vais pas parler pour la Belgique parce que j'ai la chance d'être invité à Bruxelles, mais sinon, je découvre un petit peu l'écosystème local. Par contre, je peux parler de la France. La France a été assez pionnière dans l'Europe là-dessus, notamment avec la Banque publique d'investissement, qui est directement liée à l'État et à l'épargne des Français, avec la Caisse des dépôts et consignations, etc. Et la PPI a maintenant un pôle blockchain, directement d'investissement, qui est dirigé par Yvan de la Tour, qui est quelqu'un de très actif dans l'écosystème et dans la communauté. On a de la chance d'avoir des acteurs comme ça liés à l'État français. Et bien sûr, on est sur des sommes homéopathiques par rapport aux fonds qui sont gérés. C'est quand vous êtes un Français, que vous êtes dans le livret A, qui est le compte d'épargne le plus populaire, il n'y a pas tout votre argent qui est directement sur les actifs blockchain, ça se saurait vu les sommes en jeu. Mais c'est quand même un premier pas. Et je pense que ces initiatives vont continuer de se développer. Et on va de plus en plus avoir les États et les branches d'investissement qui sont liées aux États qui vont avoir une exposition sur les cryptos. D'un point de vue purement marché, il y a un point qui est très intéressant pour les fonds d'investissement ou pour les gens qui ont une gestion active de leur portefeuille. C'est ce qu'on appelle le ratio Sharpe, qui permet d'évaluer la volatilité potentielle et le risque. Bien sûr, je simplifie, c'est des domaines financiers complexes. Il est prouvé que avoir de la crypto fait augmenter le ratio Sharpe d'un portefeuille. Et aujourd'hui, même si on est pour ou contre le Bitcoin, les crypto-monnaies, si on est purement mathématique, si on gère un certain portefeuille, la seule solution logique, c'est d'incorporer, même à dose homéopathique, de la crypto aujourd'hui dans un portefeuille, par le fait que ces actifs-là sont souvent moins corrélés aux autres actifs. Et du coup, cette décorrélation permet d'équilibrer un peu la volatilité d'un portefeuille global. Donc aujourd'hui, même sans idéologie, sans conviction, la logique mathématique fait que ce type d'acteurs sont amenés à rentrer sur les marchés crypto.
Juste un petit mot peut-être sur ce qui se passe en Belgique.
Ouais, un tax shelter, ce serait une bonne idée, mais comme on en a discuté, il faudrait un cadre pour pouvoir permettre aux acteurs de savoir où ils vont aller. Donc Mika va peut-être donner un premier moyen d'y accéder. Donc, mais faire un tax shelter alors que les banques refusent tout transfert crypto-fiat. Donc voilà, je pense que c'est une bonne idée, mais c'est dans les étapes, c'est une étape peut-être un peu plus lointaine. Il y a des choses qu'il faut faire avant, et on a déjà un petit peu discuté.
Je pense que déjà, faire respecter la loi aux institutions financières, ce serait pas mal. Dans le sens où, si vous êtes un particulier ou une entreprise qui achète et qui vend de la crypto par un acteur qui est régulé, c'est-à-dire un PSAN ou le nom européen, qu'une institution financière vous ferme votre compte du jour au lendemain parce qu'elle considère que c'est pas bien, a priori, si vous venez et vous sortez avec un acteur régulé, la loi est censée être de votre côté. Donc, première étape, les gouvernements doivent avoir le courage politique de dire il y a des lois, elles sont là pour être respectées. Normalement, dans une démocratie, c'est comme ça que ça marche.
Effectivement, il y a quelques dysfonctionnements sur ce côté-là. Merci beaucoup, messieurs. Merci Marc, merci Florian d'avoir adressé le tableau et de nous avoir un petit peu expliqué les dangers de Mika.
Merci.
Un grand merci. Et si les questions sont faites, alors, un grand merci à vous trois, messieurs. Et je vais pouvoir introduire le speaker suivant. Donc, j'ai l'honneur d'accueillir aujourd'hui Marek Hudon. Donc, monsieur Hudon est professeur à Solvay, École d'économie à Bruxelles, et va nous faire une présentation sur les cryptocurrencies, ethical and governance debates. Donc voilà. Marek, bonjour et bienvenue.
Bonjour. En français ou en anglais?
Tu peux le faire en anglais si tu veux.
I don't mind. Thank you and welcome and good afternoon to all of you. In fact, there's going to be some links with the previous debate and presentation. It was not foreseen, but you will see that I'm going to address the same, at least two issues that are related. First, an issue related to governance, and then the question of the correlation with the markets. I'm going to talk about it with. So indeed, I'm a professor here next door at the University of Brussels. So in 10 minutes, what I'm going to basically address are two issues. The first one, the question of governance. We just address it rapidly now with the role of regulators. Governance, what... okay, I stop. Technical issue.
C'est bon? Oui, c'est bon.
All right, good. So two issues, and we will see that in fact they are related. First issue, question of governance, governing crypto. So definitely this presentation will mainly address cryptocurrency, not blockchain in general. And second topic, which is going to be related to ethical issues also, is all the debate about mainstreaming. What happens when an innovation like cryptocurrency go a little bit more mainstream, as it's currently going on, and I'll present some empirical findings also from the literature on this issue. Just a few words of caveat before. I'm not coming from the blockchain technology, as Christophe knows. I've been working since, I guess, 15 years on alternative currencies, which existed even before cryptocurrencies. And basically, my presentation will also try to address or to relate the two. Basically, thinking about cryptocurrency also with the background of these issues. So first, issue of governance. Indeed, and just to relate to the current news, I think there's been a lot of exposure of cryptocurrency with the Ukrainian crisis. A lot of questions also, to which extent these cryptocurrencies are being used, misused, sometimes also by different parties in the crisis or in the war, as we can call it also. And basically, it has raised a lot of questions also about these cryptocurrencies, also not only in the specific community of the blockchain community here, but also in a general audience. You start to have, like here in Le Soir, there was this newspaper article about cryptocurrency, almost one full page in all of them. A lot of attention has been paid to cryptocurrency because of the crisis also. And basically, this raises two core issues. First, the issue of governance. Indeed, the question of ownership. A lot of questions related to this ownership. Previous questions that now get probably more mainstream and more, let's say, on the front line. Who owns, basically? To which extent do we really know everything about the ownership of cryptocurrencies? And who governs then? So issues are different. Ownership on the one hand and governance of these issues, it's not the same as we know. And that's two open questions also that we address. And the second issue is related to ethics. I mean, we know all this, and probably you all know the issues related to the risk of money laundering also, the risk of the environmental footprint also. Obviously, the Bitcoin is probably the worst example for that, and it may not be representative for all the other ones also. So if we have to think in 4 minutes, since I have 10 minutes for the presentation, about the issue of governance. On the one hand, we have something which was conceived as an innovation, a financial innovation, as we would call it, really decentralized, isn't it? Really grassroots, bottom-up also. I mean, when we talk about cryptocurrency, most of the time we talk about something which is really conceived, designed, thought as something very grassroots, with today some pressure also from traditional actors, such as regulators. Here you have governance of the American Central Bank here, the Fed, also thinking about that and basically thinking that thanks to the central bank currencies, they may overtake this relatively decentralized governance and make what they may feel as sometimes dangerous cryptocurrencies obsolete almost as he calls it also. So we may be a little bit surprised by this tension, isn't it? And indeed, there is today probably a tension between two fundamental different visions about the governance of cryptos. On the one hand, we may have kind of a traditional governance of monetary tools or financial tools, which would be regulation. And here, as I said, central banks tries basically to take the lead or to retake the lead, or basically to power or to get some power on this issue also. On the other hand, and we have in Brussels, this FARI Institute related to artificial intelligence and the common goods, there is also this other type of regulation, which may be in fact even more related to the grassroots or the origin of the cryptos, which would be what we call the commons, the common goods or the commons. And we can think about Elinor Ostrom, work originally related to this commons approach. And what does it mean, the commons? It means a process, a good, which would be ruled, which would be governed by self-governance rules also, of users, of citizens also, with some forum, for instance, democratic governance also. Something that may ring a bell for many, I guess, creators or actors in the cryptocurrency community also. In fact, behind these tensions between two very different ways of governance, the standard national or international one related to regulators or the very decentralized one of the commons, in fact, part of the misunderstanding may be related to the variety of motives behind this cryptocurrency. On the one hand, we have some actors, such as also some commercial actors interested in cryptocurrency because of the speed of the process. And indeed, I mean, transaction can go extremely rapidly even from the other side of the planet. And that's what we have learned also with mobile banking. The question of liquidity also. And definitely, I'll talk about that. There is an interest today about crypto because of these liquidity issues. Think about the crisis in Ukraine. When you don't have your traditional currency, what we call the fiat currency, you may rely on another currency, which is the cryptocurrency also. It responds to some needs, financial needs, liquidity needs. Issues of speculation, I mean, here you know what I talk about. And also getting a new type of clientele. And definitely there is this issue today that the new generation is attracted by other type of tools. And cryptocurrency can sometimes open, or at least, with the fintech also, not lose some clientele. And for banks today, it's definitely an issue. And that gets me to another tension, which is a tension between, on the one hand, what I dare to call a romantic vision about cryptocurrency. Romantic vision, you almost have some flowers here. Romantic vision in the sense that, it's a bit idealistic here. These issues of bottom-up approach, forum, we all shake hands and we are all together to design some rule for cryptocurrency, and these rules are going to be really bottom-up and really, related to the origin and also the specificities of this community also. And next to this romantic vision, which may be a little bit related to this commons vision, by the way, you may have this libertarian vision, which basically, intrinsically favored, state avoidance schemes, basically, which was really like a struggle against, like if you read Hayek also, and the link you can have, against the role of the state also, and some basically fear that the states may lead to more inflation. I mean, lead with the news today also. So this leads me to the first conclusion, which is basically wondering if today the cryptocurrency starts to be at an age of maturity. Does this mean today that after a few years, basically we start to see an age of maturity? Or is it the opposite, which is mission drift? Which means that you had an original mission, which would be related to this decentralized governance, and there is a drift in the sense that it's no more close to that. And that's an open question, research question. I'm a researcher also. This leads me to the second theme. I think I still have 3, 4, 5 minutes, if I'm not wrong. And I try to stick to the rules. I got rules, I stick to the rules. And I need to leave also at some point. So which is definitely related to that, which is this debate about mainstreaming, Are cryptos, and definitely when you have someone like me coming to a new topic, you may have sometimes kind of a provocative questions also. That's the advantage of being some way kind of an outsider also. But are cryptos still an alternative tools? I mean, we just heard before that indeed there is an interest, or there is a need, a necessity. It's going to be, of course, obvious that today, if you want to diversify your portfolio, we heard you need to have a tool which would be decorrelated, such as, the cryptos also. And in fact, we may be at a turning point. I believe that today we are at a turning point about these issues. You know, historically, alternative currencies have very frequently, if you think about the other ones, which would be, you know, inter-enterprise currency, regional currency, they had, and there is a literature about that, there are two at least empirical papers showing that in the economic literature, that there's been what we call a counter-cyclical effect, meaning that when one goes up, it goes down, and when there is kind of a recession, depression, or crisis such as the one we live and we will live in the coming weeks, that months with the international tensions, we may be more interested in alternative tools such as, you know, cryptocurrency. So that's going counter-cyclical. Everything goes well, we don't need it. Everything goes bad, we will use it also. And one good example is the WIR in Switzerland. And I have an American colleague who did a very nice paper on this issue a few years ago, showing that the WIR, these inter-enterprise currencies with dozens of members, was really counter-cyclical. So you have a downturn, economic downturn, then they don't use it. And when it's the opposite, they start to use it also. And what is really interesting is that, I mean, here I quote two other papers, one on microfinance and the other one on impact investing, empirical papers also. And what these two papers show that historically, in these two types of alternatives, they have been indeed very decorrelated in the beginning. They were being basically very different. And indeed, as we heard before, it makes sense to have kind of a diversification policy with cryptos. But more and more, they get mainstream, meaning that this decorrelation decreases over time. That's what they've shown in this World Development paper long, 6 years ago, time ago. And that's what we found with two colleagues in impact investing, is in fact, the impact investing funds start to be more and more correlated to the markets, okay? So there is this trend also of being originally decorrelated because you are an outsider, and little by little, the mainstream sectors basically overcomes and tries. So there is probably, and that's my bet would be that it's going to be the same with crypto. As soon as you get integrated by the mainstream market, not to say the mainstream logic, you start to be more and more correlated. It makes sense, isn't it? So the original story of, you know, it's a good investment also because it's decorrelated, maybe it still works today, but let's see in the coming works also. Okay. The second element on this issue of mainstreaming is that originally it was seen as something very, very, very strange. You know, for people working on money, the epistemological discussions about money, cryptocurrency were not seen as a real money. Why? Because the typical definition of money would be a place where you can store some value, a unit, a place also to exchange. Okay, and frequently we heard, you know, there is such a volatility. We heard about Sharpe ratio before in cryptocurrency that it may not fit really the definition. But we see that because of this crisis, it gets more and more exchanges also. And the second definition of money would be related to a collective use. And when you get more outreach, you get more collective, and then you fulfill this second definition. Meaning that also with the current crisis, with this increased outreach also, you get closer to a traditional money conception, and maybe you get mainstream in one way or the other. I guess some of the original founding fathers of the cryptos may totally disagree or hate what I say, but that's part of it. And I'm getting to the conclusions here. And that's related to the three effects, I guess, of what we currently live. First, a change of scale, basically, in terms of numbers of users also. An increased visibility, definitely. And the third one, which is what we call the network effect also, is thanks to that, you start to have collaboration, increasing basically collaboration between actors that did not collaborate before, that basically ignored themselves before also. And that's the second potential effect of these alternatives also. So all in all, I just wanted to basically to shed light on some ethical governance mainstreaming issues here. This is based on a paper we just published 2 or 3 weeks ago on this on debate, ethical and governance debate in alternative currencies. And I guess there is still room for a lot of research in the future on these issues. It's still the early days, I think, and when you look at literature, you don't have so many papers, at least from my background, probably in law you have more also. And I'm really happy to be here, and it's a nice opportunity to thank Christophe for the invitation. Voila.
Thank you, Marek. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Welcome. We're gonna just take 2-3 minutes to change the setup here, as introduced by Mathis here.
C'est bien. C'est intéressant, je sais. Après, c'est... Bah oui, oui, mais c'est ça. Oui, c'est bien. Ah bah voilà. Putain, je peux pas nous trouver oui, du coup, c'est autre chose.
Comme ça, un tis.
Ouais, comme histoire d'avoir cet écran en même temps que le speaker.
La caméra doit bouger. Savoir les deux? Scoot? Ok, ça marche.
Moi, je vais mettre ici.
Ouais, bah pas. On m'en a parlé il y a 10 jours. Donc.
Oui, voilà, on va peut-être la même chose.
Oui, oui, c'est en ligne. Hein. On a mis en... Bien, voilà.
Un grand merci à toi.
À bientôt, à une prochaine.
Au revoir. Introduit. Je vais faire. Tu as donné la clé? Ah si, c'est vrai. Tu fais en français?
Voilà, voilà, voilà. As you can see, set a change. I'm closer to the television right now. I think it will be easier for everybody, and especially for Laurent here. So thanks a lot. So Laurent is an artist. She have a gallery, pixel gallery. So
Not yet, not yet.
Almost. Virtual gallery.
No, real physical gallery, but soon it will be.
Voilà, and she will present you about NFT project and why they are self-funded startup by themselves. So a lot of correlation with the project of Thomas with Arcadia. So
exactly.
Enjoy the floor. Thank you.
Yes. So a few weeks ago, I received a phone call on the line. Sir Christophe Mertens, told me everything about blockchain from Belgium. Really nice initiative, and I'm sure I'm not the only one to think this here in the panel. So after a few minutes talking, he asked me if I was in front of my computer. I said, yes, of course. Us people into NFT spend at least 18 hours a day in front of our computers. So he showed me the program and told me about all the bold speakers with huge experience that were going to speak before me. Then he showed me a little rectangle with my name inside and proposed me to come and speak about my experience and my project. I accepted right away without any hesitation. Then the fear came, like the imposter syndrome, we call it. I was like, oh, what am I going to say after Jean-Paul Kiskater, that was supposed to come, but he's not here, or Christophe de Beukeler? Like, I was totally afraid. I was like, should I just pitch my project? Should I tell them about how NFTs incarnate the rebirth of the creative economy? Or should I tell them about how NFTs bring together people from all over the world into amazing communities. Then I decided that I will explain to you how NFTs are empowering a whole new kind of project leaders, like me. So to give you a little bit of context, I started my NFT journey back in September 2021. After a few months investing in crypto and learning the DeFi basic. But the JPEG things were just making too much noise for me to keep ignoring it. So after learning the fundamentals, I understood that this technology was a big game changer for the future of the internet. But this is the subject of another talk. I also discovered a whole new artistic movement driven by values, an identity, and of course, artists, communities, and collectors, etc. So, sorry, doesn't work so well. So I was really excited about this and started to talk about it to my friends, to the few people I knew in the traditional art sector, to my mom, who is an artist herself, and all this led me to one and only conclusion. Nobody is understanding what I'm talking about. And that's true. And still nobody is understanding what I'm talking about. So that's how I decided that when I wanted to onboard more and more people into the NFT space, and I set myself the challenge to make this new technology known by everyone. So I decided that I wanted to open the first physical crypto art gallery here in Brussels. And as the community are ruling the NFT world, I decided that I want to make it community-driven. Like a little bit like the DAO thing that Xavier Daman explained us earlier. So I had the idea, and then I came across the first question that everybody asks themselves when starting a new business. How am I going to fund it? And the answer was lying right under my eyes. Yes, this is the answer. Let me explain. So when you first step into the NFT world, what you see at first sight is a little bit weird and confusing. Like you see weird monkeys, weird llamas, pixelized llamas, women's portraits, and this is not what it's all about. Actually, apart from simply listing a unique crypto art and selling it on the marketplace, what you can do is create a collection of thousands of NFTs. What you see here is called the Woman Rise collection. As you can see, there is 10,000 items in the collection for a total of 6,000 holders. Those NFTs are called PFPs, or people are using it as profile picture to show the world that they are part of the same community. Like they support the project and they endorse its value. So, sorry. So, a collection is usually released at a launch date with activities and giveaway being planned all through the sale. And there is a lot of NFT collection. In my way, there is too much, and I'm not the only one to think this, but it's because it's the best way to gather a huge community of investors around a project and also to leverage a lot of money at the same time. If we take, for example, the Woman Rise, the sale price was set at 0.07 ETH by NFT. That means that the project raised 2 million euros at one time. So you see the importance. So buyers seem collectively understood recently that we can't just keep trading cartoon pictures between each other forever. Like, this is not sustainable. Like, owning a pretty picture isn't enough anymore. People want utility. So there is not a definition of what NFT utility is, but there is a common understanding that it should add value to the NFT that you own. So investors stay investors, and they expect one thing: return. Oops. Sorry. So that's how the NFT project became not all that different from startup companies. They have investors looking for a return, they have a team working to deliver on a plan, and they have a vision. But there is still one big difference. Let me show you. On the left, you have a typical a classic startup. So in a classic startup, investors put some money in. Some of it goes to pay for the random cost. Some of it goes to pay the team to work on the project. Eventually, some value is created for which customers are willing to pay for. Then investors get their money back. But NFT projects are in a slightly different situation. Usually, they do not have customers. So the question becomes how to be sustainable and keep creating value for your holders if you don't have customers. That's how there is a growing move to make NFTs usable in several different ways. Investors, in a way, are paying for an NFT for a project that delivers them value. In a way, investors are the customers. Yes. Sorry. I took human rights as an example, as I am personally fulfilled with the value delivered by the project, but we have to keep in mind that many, if not most of the people investing in NFTs are just here to make big and quick profit. But still, I'm going to talk about the human rights. So this project was created by Malia Habidi, who is an actor, activist, and artist. And she made the collection, I don't know, I'm not going to tell you why. And the first value I find in owning this human right is to be part of a community on a project that is focusing on advancing human rights and supporting girls' education. The main goal of the project is to build the first school in the metaverse. So here, the human rights is kind of creating a charitable brand thanks to partnership with other big brands in and out the NFT space. The last one were Ledger and Snapchat. So here, the value is to be associated to the genuine brand of human rights. This is the first value. There is a second value, is that you can monetize your human rights. This means that you can use it for commercial use, and the limit of, I think it's $100,000 per year in gross revenue. So you can get money. A second thing is that they are now building a merchandising shop, and if they are using my human rights on their merch, like printed it on a tote bag or on a t-shirt, I will get royalties. And finally, in the next month, there will be events where only human rights holders can access. So here, your NFT will count as an entry ticket. So this is what we call the real-world utility. So this value should probably increase over time as the project grows and as the NFT world fast evolves, and we will see where it goes. So this was a really beautiful story about a really beautiful project, and there is a lot of beautiful projects. But to be honest, I cannot leave you here without telling you about a nightmare story, because there is also a nightmare story. This is the story of Kevin. So to be short, Pixelmon, is a project that aims to build one of the biggest multiplayer games in the metaverse. They raised 70 million euros during the primary sale of the collection. Buyers were spending thousands of dollars in Ethereum to buy NFT without seeing them before. And when they got revealed in the wallet, that's how they look like. So the lesson here is, as startup company, NFT projects don't always deliver what they say they will. As long as you have understood this, no, sorry, that's not what I want to say. So as long, yes, see, this is what I want to say. So as long as you have understood those two principes, so the first one is that you have to deliver real value to your holders that are basically also your customers. And if you don't want to end up like Kevin, like never ever overpromise on your vision and your roadmap. And if you have understood this, the scope of possibilities becomes endless. And I want to make sure that you know that this is my biggest concern when I'm going to be building my pixel gallery, and that I will be much more of a Maalia than a Kevin. And this is my pixel gallery. Thank you. Ah, it's over. You know.
Thank you, thanks a lot. I'm really happy now to welcome the next speaker. The next speaker will be Fabrice Ebelpoint. So Fabrice Ebelpoint is an entrepreneur in the Web 1.0. He will introduce himself. And it will be in French. Voilà, la présentation sera en français. Et donc la présentation aura sur trait sur la cybersécurité, délivrer la résilience pour les victimes utilisant la DeFi. Ça va parler ransomware, hacking, tout ça, cybersécurité. Donc un grand merci à Fabrice d'être ici et je te laisse t'installer. Bonjour à toi Fabrice.
So I'm going to ask you for a few minutes for me to set up this computer, which can be really tricky. Yes. And by the way, this presentation is going to be in French. Sorry for this. Next time I'll do this in English. Alors bonjour à tous. Je viens ici aujourd'hui en tant que fondation UR. Je vais revenir là-dessus. Une fondation qui fait l'advocacy d'un protocole de finance décentralisée qui s'appelle Recover. Quelques mots rapides sur moi. Je m'appelle Fabrice Ebelpoint, j'ai 50 ans. Ça fait de moi un dinosaure du web. J'ai commencé à faire des startups à la fin du XXe siècle, c'est dire. J'ai fait beaucoup d'entreprises dans le domaine des services, dans les médias et les médias sociaux, et plus récemment dans la cybersécurité. Je suis également enseignant depuis une quinzaine d'années. Je suis passé par des institutions comme le CELSA. J'ai longtemps travaillé à Sciences Po. J'enseigne dans des masters d'intelligence économique, des choses comme la géopolitique du cyberespace ou les usages politiques des réseaux sociaux. Et j'ai également été journaliste dans des revues telles que Reflet, qui font de l'investigation sur des technologies, notamment les technologies de surveillance, et qui assemblent des équipes d'investigation qui sont composées de hackers et de journalistes. Aujourd'hui, je viens à vous en tant que président de la Fondation UR, et je vais revenir sur ce qu'est cette fondation. Je vais avant tout vous raconter l'histoire d'une rencontre, la rencontre qui a donné naissance à ce projet de protocole. Au départ, ce n'est pas la Fondation UR, au départ, c'est un petit groupe de chercheurs en cybersécurité
qui sont des observateurs zélés de la cybercriminalité et qui observent la cybercriminalité se structurer, avancer, devenir de plus en plus imposante. Et de leur côté, et vous l'avez deviné, c'est des gens qui sont plutôt du côté de la protection des victimes. Ils cherchent à imaginer des solutions pour endiguer un problème de sécurité qu'ils jugent critique. Et l'histoire leur a donné raison. Effectivement, ce problème de sécurité qu'on vit tous au quotidien est de plus en plus critique. Et évidemment, comme c'est des gens qui sont passionnés de blockchain, ils imaginent des solutions à base de blockchain. Et à un moment, il y a de ça à peu près 6 mois, ils prennent contact avec la fondation, tout simplement parce que la fondation, de son côté, avant tout, c'est une fondation reconnue d'utilité publique, donc qui est là pour le bien commun. Et surtout, son motto, sa raison d'être, c'est de promouvoir des protocoles blockchain qui œuvrent à l'ouverture et à la résilience d'Internet. C'est pour ça qu'a été créée cette fondation. Et ça correspondait exactement à ce que cherchait ce petit groupe de hackers, la résilience. Cette fondation, elle réunit une équipe d'experts qui viennent de différents horizons. Hein. On a quand même des horizons très techniques, d'experts blockchain, d'experts de la cryptographie, de la cybersécurité. Mais on a aussi au sein de la fondation des experts du droit. Et tout ça vient de milieux aussi variés que le légal, l'enseignement, les technologies, les institutions, le business. L'enjeu étant vraiment de rassembler une série d'expertises autour de ces usages qui œuvrent à l'ouverture et à la résilience d'Internet en utilisant les technologies blockchain. Et puis forcément, cette rencontre entre des gens qui arrivent avec un projet de résilience utilisant ce type de technologie, et puis une fondation dont le motto est le bien public, ça nous a donné un interlocuteur naturel, parce que quand on lutte contre la cybercriminalité, il n'y a pas 50 interlocuteurs qui ont une dimension européenne. Et cet interlocuteur naturel, c'est forcément le Conseil de l'Europe. Le Conseil de l'Europe, pourquoi? Parce que, d'une part, il organise la coopération entre un nombre très important d'États, 47 États membres à la base, mais ils ont des conventions qui vont bien au-delà de 47 États membres. Sa base et la raison pour laquelle elle a été fondée au lendemain de la Seconde Guerre mondiale, c'est la protection des droits de l'homme et la démocratie. Mais il héberge aussi la Convention sur la cybercriminalité, qui permet de coordonner le travail autour de la cybercriminalité d'une centaine de nations. Donc évidemment, ça nous paraissait d'entrée de jeu, à nous, Fondation, l'interlocuteur privilégié avec lequel il allait falloir discuter pour faire avancer cette idée de protocole. L'innovation que propose ce protocole, elle est assez disruptive, j'ai envie de dire, même si ce mot est un peu tarte à la crème. Ça consiste à aborder par la finance un problème de cybersécurité. Et ça paraît un peu étrange, mais finalement, si vous connaissez un peu la cybersécurité, vous avez déjà entendu parler sans doute du bug bounty. Le bug bounty, c'est la première tentative pour aborder par la finance un problème de cybersécurité, et ça propose aux white hats, alors les white hats, c'est cette étiquette qui désigne les gentils hackers, ceux qui travaillent au service de la protection des citoyens et des entreprises, et ça leur propose des marchés blancs. Un marché blanc, c'est un type de marché financier très particulier. C'est un marché dans lequel les entreprises, et seulement elles, peuvent acheter leurs propres failles de cybersécurité. C'est particulier comme marché, hein. Il y a un seul type d'acheteur. Du coup, c'est lui qui impose des prix, forcément. L'objectif, il est simple, c'est de détecter et de corriger les failles avant qu'elles ne puissent servir à une attaque. Et le marché, dans ce cas de figure, est un moyen finalement assez simple pour lutter efficacement contre un phénomène de cybercriminalité, en attirant tout bêtement des talents qui, par ailleurs, ne sont pas possibles à recruter. Donc on va attirer des talents à l'international, hein, par nature, le marché est ouvert dans tous les pays, et qui ne sont pas recrutables, soit parce qu'ils habitent à l'autre bout du monde, soit tout simplement parce qu'ils ne sont pas du tout adaptés à un cadre de travail que leur proposent habituellement les grandes entreprises, et que, d'une façon générale, les grandes entreprises n'arrivent pas à recruter sur le marché de la cybersécurité. Malheureusement, ça a été un échec. Et ça a été un échec pour plusieurs raisons. Le premier, c'est que la plupart des entreprises ne jouent pas le jeu. Il y a très peu d'entreprises. Sur 100 entreprises, vous allez en trouver une au maximum qui joue le jeu et qui propose du bug bounty. Celles qui jouent le jeu, en général, négocient à la baisse les failles et donc découragent énormément les participants. Et surtout, du point de vue d'un hacker qui chasse des failles de sécurité,
ça n'a aucun sens parce que ça revient à pêcher au chalut des sardines, d'en vendre quelques-unes et de rejeter le reste à la mer. Quand vous pêchez des failles de sécurité, vous allez en récupérer des centaines de milliers de sites qui présentent une faille de sécurité. Sur ces centaines de milliers de sites, potentiellement, vous en avez quelques centaines qui proposent un bug bounty, et les trouver ne va pas être évident, mais ça n'a absolument aucun sens. Donc, comme dirait Macron, ça n'a pas marché. Le résultat, c'est que la tendance ces 5 dernières années, c'est que les black hats et le marché noir ont clairement gagné. Les failles de sécurité, vous en avez de plus en plus. Je pense que la plupart d'entre nous sont habitués au patch Tuesday. Le patch Tuesday est de plus en plus intensif parce qu'on trouve de plus en plus de failles, parce qu'on trouve de plus en plus de technologies dans les entreprises, et donc ça va avec. L'erreur est humaine, le codage aussi. Et du coup, on est face à un déferlement de failles de sécurité qui est proportionnel à l'adoption des technologies. Donc c'est une croissance à 2 chiffres. Du coup, on voit naître sous nos yeux une véritable industrie du cybercrime qui se structure, qui est faite de gens particulièrement brillants. Et on constate son premier effet, qui est cette espèce de cyberpandémie qui se traduit notamment par une épidémie de ransomware partout sur Terre, notamment en Occident. La DAO, elle est venue nous voir avec cette idée très simple qui consiste à aider les victimes après une attaque, et donc être dans une logique de curation, une approche curative, plutôt que de le faire avant, en préventif, comme le proposait le bug bounty. C'est vraiment de déplacer le moment de l'intervention pour aller porter secours plutôt que pour prévenir une attaque. C'est un médicament plutôt qu'un vaccin. C'est aussi bête que ça. Je pense qu'on est en plein dans une épidémie Covid où tout le monde fait la différence entre un médicament et un vaccin, et tout le monde commence à bien comprendre la complémentarité qu'il peut y avoir entre un médicament et un vaccin. Là, très clairement, leur approche, intellectuellement, c'est de construire un médicament pour apporter de la résilience à ceux qui sont tombés. Ça consiste tout bêtement à créer une autorité de certification, décentralisée évidemment, sinon on ne serait pas sur la blockchain, une autorité qui va à chaque fois constater des cyberincidents, certifier des cyberincidents et enrichir d'informations ce cyberincident de façon à ce que d'autres puissent faire sens de ce cyberincident. L'idée derrière, évidemment, c'est d'imposer une forme de transparence de façon à y voir clair, parce que la caractéristique de cette cyberpandémie, c'est que son analyse ne repose sur aucune source sérieuse. On se dispute en sondage, en estimation, mais il n'y a pas de comptabilité précise et certifiée de ce qui est réellement en train de se passer. Donc là, la première étape, c'est de mettre en place des outils qui vont nous permettre de comprendre réellement ce qui se passe. Et sur cette base, à partir de là, on peut construire, dans la finance décentralisée, des solutions de couverture de risque. C'est-à-dire apporter de la résilience aux victimes. Et forcément, par les temps qui courent, de la résilience, ça ne se refuse pas. Et c'est tout l'objet du protocole Recover que la Fondation va accompagner dans les mois qui viennent, jusqu'au moment où il sera mis à disposition du public sur la blockchain. Et je vous remercie de votre attention. Donc à partir de là, on fait un cut. C'est bon, j'ai... Ouais, pile. Merci encore.
Excusez-moi, est-ce qu'il y aurait un adaptateur? J'ai oublié de prendre mon VGA. Vous avez un adaptateur? Comment? English, yeah. You have a plugin for...
It's Apple.
Yeah. J'ai pas d'adaptateur, je suis désolée, je l'ai pas pris.
Yeah, I think it's going to be voice line. But he's going to put in his...
Je peux t'envoyer le lien. Christophe, je pourrais utiliser ton ordinateur pour passer les slides moi-même parce que je sais plus simple. Donc je t'envoie le lien, je te le partage en fait. Christophe, voilà, hop. Je le fais en anglais, on est d'accord?
Oui, on fait ça.
Ok.
On peut bien faire un peu oui.
Mais mon néerlandais n'est pas encore complètement. Puedo hablar en español sobre la presentación si quieren, pero no me parece buena idea para hablar de aquí en Bélgica. Pero...
Yo para aquí, yo para allá.
Voilà. Je t'ai envoyé un accès Google Drive, donc en fait, tu as dû recevoir dans tes... Non, tu n'as pas reçu d'accès Google Drive.
Vraiment sur WhatsApp.
Oui. On a combien de temps du coup? On est un peu à la bourre.
Okay.
Hop. Oui, non. Voilà, je te l'ai mis en... Non?
Non.
Ah, parce que je l'ai ouvert sur Boza, pas sur Gmail. Ouais. Du coup, j'ai pas ton mail. C'est Chris Martins, quoi? Chris.martins, comme ça.
M-A-E. RTNS@gmail.com. Magnifique.
On va y arriver.
Oui, bien.
Donc, français ou anglais?
Comme tu veux. Faire en français ou en anglais?
L'audience, c'est pour qui? C'est...
L'audience, on a tout le monde fait en anglais.
Plus souvent en anglais? Non, mais je vais faire en anglais. En plus, mes slides sont en anglais. Donc, okay. C'est bon? Donc le son, c'est bon pour... Ok, donc ça c'est live, ça y est?
C'est parti. Je vous présente Stéphane. Parfait. Donc Stéphane. Pardon? Tu veux le mettre en point de présentation?
J'ai pas compris.
Mettre en mode plein pour la présentation.
Pourquoi il veut pas?
Je sais pas.
Ah, il est pas connecté. Ah, c'est bon. Non, il ne veut pas se connecter.
On va faire comme ça alors. Tac, ça va? Ok. Voilà, j'ai le plaisir de vous introduire aujourd'hui, c'est Stéphane Héloïse Grasse. Donc Stéphane Héloïse a mis en place la Fondation Digital Africa, qui va vous exposer ici. Donc un grand merci à toi d'être venu, Stéphane
Merci
Héloïse.
Christophe.
Et, je te propose après qu'on échange un peu pour voir comment tes acquis, tes expériences que tu as vues avec Digital Africa, comment on peut les traduire, peut-être prendre tes leçons pour la Belgique et faire quelque chose. Je te remercie.
Merci, je sais pas si j'ai des leçons à donner, mais merci. Bonjour à tous. Donc je me présente, je suis Stéphane Héloïse Gras, directrice exécutive de Digital Africa, qui est une initiative qui a été lancée par le gouvernement français en 2018 pour soutenir l'innovation Made in Africa, donc en particulier soutenir les startups et la tech Made in Africa. Et je voudrais juste prendre quelques minutes dans ces échanges autour de blockchain et blockchain for Belgium, et merci de l'invitation d'ailleurs, pour peut-être recontextualiser pourquoi c'est important de soutenir la tech et l'innovation, et surtout la tech Made in Africa. Et peut-être, à partir de cette perspective, non seulement se poser la question qu'est-ce que les blockchains représentent, et en particulier les cryptos, par rapport à cette économie de l'innovation mondiale et du rôle que peut avoir l'innovation Made in Africa dans cette économie mondiale, mais également finalement quels sont les enjeux dans ce soutien aux écosystèmes et donc peut-être avoir quelques perspectives croisées, disons, entre le soutien aux startups et le soutien aux écosystèmes entre l'Afrique et la Belgique, par exemple. Alors, Digital Africa, comme je vous le disais, une initiative qui a été lancée par le président de la République Emmanuel Macron en 2018 pour soutenir et accompagner les entrepreneurs tech africains dans leur capacité à concevoir et passer à l'échelle des innovations numériques au service de l'économie réelle. Et ça s'est concrétisé par un engagement sous forme de capacité d'investissement du groupe AFD, l'Agence française de développement, mais également par un accompagnement des écosystèmes localement, avec véritablement la volonté de pousser une approche bottom-up qui est très importante. Notre mission, elle est donc d'accompagner l'entrepreneur tech africain dans l'amorçage, avec cette vision derrière que l'innovation made in Africa permet et contribue à une croissance mondiale inclusive et peut-être, on l'espère surtout, plus vertueuse. Et pourquoi c'est important? Parce que imaginez que d'ici 2025, d'ici 2050, un habitant sur 4 dans le monde est africain. D'ici 2025, c'est à peu près 400 millions d'Africains sur le marché du travail et 600 millions d'utilisateurs de téléphones mobiles. On sait bien que les futurs talents de l'économie numérique mondiale sont en Afrique, c'est un hard fact, j'ai envie de le dire, et qui nous oblige en fait à regarder un petit peu la question de la territorialité et de l'extraterritorialité de certaines innovations, et je pense que dans le sujet des cryptos et des blockchains en particulier, c'est tout à fait important, un petit peu différemment. Alors, Digital Africa, qu'est-ce que ça fait concrètement pour soutenir l'innovation numérique en Afrique? Donc, nous venons de publier un livre blanc qui présente notre mission, vision et toute notre feuille de route pour les années 2022 et 2025 que vous pouvez trouver en ligne sur tous nos réseaux sociaux et sur notre site internet. Concrètement, pour Digital Africa, ce qui est important, c'est de soutenir l'innovation en ayant une approche à 360 degrés. Ça veut dire quoi? Ça veut dire pouvoir activer tous les leviers nécessaires à l'impulsion d'un écosystème numérique et d'une tech made in Africa. Ça veut dire travailler sur le renforcement de capacités, travailler sur évidemment l'accès au financement, puisque c'est le nerf de la guerre, mais également de l'assistance technique, par exemple, dans le sujet de l'accès aux données. On sait aujourd'hui que le coût d'accès à la donnée en Afrique pour une start-up africaine est bien trop élevé. Comment est-ce qu'on peut développer un modèle, entraîner un algorithme, entraîner un produit ou un service si les datasets sont soit inexistants, soit complètement verrouillés et locked, ou juste bien trop cher d'accès, tout simplement. Par ailleurs, il faut également des ressources humaines, donc former des talents professionnalisables, capables de tout de suite opérer dans l'écosystème. Ça fait partie aussi de nos priorités d'action. On doit également, j'ai envie de dire, travailler, donc, comme je vous le disais, l'accès au financement. Digital Africa étant une initiative publique, financée en majorité par l'État français, mais également par nos partenaires européens. On sait que les DFI et toute cette grande économie de l'aide publique au développement qui soutient dans sa coopération notamment les pays africains, a beaucoup de mal à aller sur des très petits tickets, sur des segments très risqués et agir très rapidement. C'est exactement la proposition de valeur de Digital Africa, c'est de pouvoir assurer l'accès à des petits tickets, agir rapidement et avec une approche totalement bottom-up et orientée sur les besoins et j'ai envie de dire liés aux besoins des entrepreneurs localement. Pour ce faire, nous avons donc 3 grands partis pris de travail. Le premier, c'est donc de travailler à équiper les startups voilà, ils voient bien que la plupart des transactions, de fait, la plupart des transactions se passent sur les réseaux. Mais de là à reconnaître que le volume d'activités générées, de transactions générées sur des plateformes crypto soit taxable et reconnu comme une monnaie officielle, on n'y est pas tout à fait encore. Cela étant, et ça explique du coup le grand succès des liquidity pools en Afrique. Une start-up, par exemple, qui moi, m'intéresse beaucoup, que je trouve très intéressante dans son approche, c'est Xend, au Nigeria, qui représente un liquidity pool, rien de, j'ai envie de dire, de totalement extraordinaire par rapport à ce qu'on connaît des blockchains, mais qui va vraiment maintenir le point du Naira, en fait. Et on sait aujourd'hui, en période d'inflation accrue, à quel point les pays exclus du système bancaire et de systèmes de compensation exclus du système bancaire, ou en tout cas à la marge du système bancaire mondial, vont avoir besoin de ce type d'outils. Donc je pense qu'on va avoir émergé de plus en plus des politiques favorables à du digital currencies, éventuellement de la crypto, sur le continent africain ces prochaines années, voire ces prochains mois.
Donc on pourrait imaginer donc, du coup aussi une wallet africaine, donc comme tu l'as dit, continentale, donc vraiment c'est une approche top-bottom qui doit vraiment émerger en fait. Et, il y avait un autre aspect aussi que j'aurais voulu discuter avec toi. Je vais reprendre mes notes ici. Attends. Hein. Donc justement, on parlait de l'innovation. Tu disais à un moment dans ton speech, je trouvais ça très intéressant, c'est que l'innovation et les méthodes de financement en fait doivent s'adapter à l'innovation.
Mm-hmm.
Donc tu disais par exemple, on l'a vu en blockchain, on en a eu, comme tu l'as exprimé, en 2017, on a tout ce qui est ICO, donc c'est la levée de fonds en token. On a eu des IDO, donc c'est plus ou moins le même principe. Maintenant on a la tokenisation, donc c'est notamment Stoverse qui était venu ici, qui a présenté un sujet là-dessus. Comment tu vois justement ces adaptations d'un point de vue régulatoire? Et donc, l'État, enfin, un gouvernement doit suivre par après, en amont ou en même temps, sachant qu'on est dans un secteur ici pour la blockchain qui va très très rapidement. Comment tu vois les choses? Quelles sont les approches que tu vois? Parce qu'ici, il y a un adage qui dit en blockchain, souvent c'est un jour dans la blockchain, c'est 10 ans c'est un an dans le monde réel.
Un jour dans la blockchain, un an dans le monde réel.
Ouais, dans la DeFi, on dit ça dans la DeFi, dans la finance décentralisée, c'est ce qu'on dit.
D'accord. Alors effectivement, ce qui est certain, c'est que les cycles d'investissement doivent être de plus en plus courts. Enfin, aujourd'hui, on le sait, il y a trop de liquidités sur les marchés, globalement, dans le monde. Ce qui explique que voilà, il y a des levées de fonds qui, pour certains, peuvent paraître assez délirantes. Hein. C'est-à-dire que voilà, réussir à lever plusieurs centaines de millions en série A ou en série B, c'est quand même, en soi, ça pose question. Et surtout, ça pose question dès lors qu'on se demande où est l'économie réelle derrière. Est-ce que ça représente un vrai potentiel pour l'économie réelle? Mais pour revenir à ta question, donc les cycles d'investissement doivent être très courts. Aujourd'hui, un VC, il doit pouvoir investir en 3 à 4 semaines sur des tickets petits d'amorçage pour permettre à des startups et à des entrepreneurs de suivre leur cours. Et j'ai envie de dire, je crois que la pandémie de Covid-19 a accéléré ça, en fait, ou en tout cas a permis ou a rendu possible ça. Parce que tout le monde confiné, donc qu'est-ce qu'on fait? On passe nos journées sur Zoom. Et finalement, pour une start-up, il y a une opportunité, un coût d'opportunité énorme à, depuis son salon, multiplier les rendez-vous avec les VC et à la fin, avoir des tops sur 24 heures sur un ticket et un investissement, qu'il soit d'ailleurs en equity ou sous d'autres formes. Donc, ensuite, est-ce que ces investissements vont pouvoir se faire de plus en plus sous forme de crypto ou en mobilisant des capacités crypto? Je pense que oui, clairement. C'est pas encore un secteur qui est arrivé, j'ai envie de dire, du point de vue de la finance institutionnelle et internationale, donc c'est pas vraiment un secteur qu'on regarde de très près. Néanmoins, ce qu'on voit de plus en plus, c'est des fonds d'investissement, pour le coup très institutionnels. Je pense à Mercy Corp, par exemple, qui vient de lancer un appel à candidat, enfin, tout simplement, il y a un pocket dédié au développement d'applications crypto sur le continent. Donc ça veut dire que...
Aussi Andersen et Horowitz, qui est aussi très actif. Aussi
tout à fait, absolument.
À 19
absolument. Mais sur le continent africain, là, j'entends, il y a quelques VC, effectivement, qui commencent à avoir des pockets dédiés pour du early stage dans le domaine de la crypto et des blockchains en général. L'application de blockchain en général.
Une des idées qui a émergé, justement, ici, au travers de la journée, avec les acteurs avec qui j'ai pu échanger en amont aussi, on voit beaucoup pour l'instant une barrière à l'entrée. Tu l'as très bien compris. Au début, on voyait des barrières à l'entrée dans le trading. Donc vraiment, ma mère, par exemple, n'aurait jamais pu investir dans un produit boursier parce qu'il y a moins de connaissances. Maintenant, on voit des acteurs qui arrivent des places de marché où tu peux acheter du Bitcoin, de l'Ethereum. Est-ce que tu penses qu'on peut arriver à un moment, à partir du moment où on a cette identité ou cette wallet, à un moment où une personne africaine, revenu moyen, va investir justement dans l'économie d'une boulangerie, par exemple, ou dans je ne sais pas, pour pouvoir lever des fonds, enfin, une entreprise va pouvoir lever des fonds et rendre justement liquide l'entreprise son voisin, par exemple, ou une petite entreprise locale. Est-ce que tu penses que ce sont des choses qui peuvent arriver à moyen terme dans l'évolution sociétale sociétale vraiment qui se passe en Afrique?
Oui, enfin très clairement oui. Je pense que ça se vaut d'autant plus que les pratiques africaines, on va dire l'innovation africaine, elle a une caractéristique qui est d'être beaucoup plus communautaire, c'est pas un très joli terme parce qu'il peut être connoté, mais en tout cas très collective, pour ne pas dire collaborative. Au sens où les pratiques, je ne sais pas si tu connais la pratique de la tontine, par exemple.
C'est un peu Kickstarter, ça, c'est un peu la même
Oui,
idée, ça,
enfin, alors la tontine, c'est dans les
Ah oui,
villages,
oui.
un tel veut ouvrir sa boulangerie, qu'est-ce qu'il fait? Il fait le tour des popotes et chacun contribue grâce à la tontine.
En fait, le Kickstarter.
C'était alors voilà, donc nous on a eu toute une économie autour du crowdfunding, mais en fait dans les pratiques traditionnelles africaines, ça existe depuis très longtemps, j'ai envie de dire. Et pas forcément. Comment?
Un secret, tout se transforme, hein, comme
Oui, absolument. Mais je pense que c'est donc oui, tout à fait. Je crois que les logiques de sociabilité, de développement beaucoup plus basées sur des communautés, c'est quelque chose qui est très proche de la réalité des marchés et des économies africaines, dont on dit souvent que 80% de l'économie est informelle. Donc je te laisse là aussi imaginer ce que les cryptos amènent à des pays dans lesquels il y a 80% d'économie informelle.
Tout à fait, ça apporte des garanties justement de sécurité.
Absolument.
Etc. Le smart contract qui automatise la chose, etc. Exact. Je pense que j'avais encore un dernier point pour toi, et je te remercie encore de cet échange. Je vais reprendre. Ici, tu évoques aussi un aspect très important, un de tes 4 piliers, justement, dans Digital Africa, qui est vraiment l'aspect Research and Policy. Donc tu l'as dit, tu nous as fait un tableau blanc ici, que j'invite justement les personnes à les visiter, à télécharger. Est-ce que justement, tu vois d'autres outils qui sont intéressants pour justement créer de l'awareness? Pas vraiment du lobby politique en tant que tel, mais vraiment créer de l'awareness. Comment vraiment sensibiliser? Quel a été ton parcours? Parce que Digital Africa existe depuis un petit moment, quand même, je pense 5-6 ans, si je ne me trompe pas.
Ça fait 2 ans.
Ah,
Ça peut ressembler à 5-6 ans dans l'économie des cryptos, peut-être.
Voilà, comment ça a pu évoluer comme ça? Comment tu as pu sensibiliser, faire cette awareness vraiment, autant sur le continent que dans les 2 continents, en fait.
Alors, en fait, moi, effectivement, ça fait 10 ans que je travaille sur ces sujets d'innovation en Afrique, donc j'ai vu la chose évoluer radicalement. La question de l'advocacy et du awareness, elle est cruciale, mais surtout pour moi, et alors je suis également chercheuse, je change de casquette, mais par rapport à cette casquette-là, l'enjeu est de créer de la connaissance. En fait, on a aujourd'hui une grande difficulté, et ça c'est dans l'air du temps, à avoir des approches scientifiques qui permettent de rétablir des logiques de politique publique. Et moi, je crois beaucoup à la recherche venant nourrir la politique publique, pour justement entériner cette question de l'approche un peu bottom-up, de quels sont les besoins localement et comment est-ce qu'ensuite on design et on oriente certains marchés, certaines politiques de régulation, etc. Donc très concrètement, comment créer de l'awareness? Il faut créer de la connaissance. Il faut, notamment sur le continent africain, il y a eu, et je pense que c'est le même cas dans les blockchains, il y a eu des années et des années de fantasmes projetés sur la réalité des marchés. Comment est-ce qu'on peut, à partir d'une observation de la réalité des marchés, en fait, adapter et créer les dispositifs nécessaires, quels qu'ils soient de l'ordre d'infrastructures matérielles ou immatérielles d'ailleurs, pour que ces marchés ou ces créations, disons, puissent réellement évoluer et avoir l'impact que tout le monde appelle sur l'emploi, sur l'économie réelle, en fait.
Donc ça rejoint un peu, parce qu'on avait Thomas Smith, qui disait, voilà, ce qui serait intéressant, c'est justement pouvoir sensibiliser les différents verticaux d'une société, que ce soit par exemple des fiscalistes, des comptables, etc. Vraiment de créer de l'éducation. Donc pas du lobby, mais vraiment de l'éducation, de pouvoir sensibiliser ces choses-là. C'est ce que tu fais du coup chez Digital Africa notamment aussi.
Oui, alors il y a effectivement la notion de comment dire. Alors après, moi j'aime pas trop parler d'éducation parce que quand on est sur des sujets nouveaux, aussi nouveaux, et d'ailleurs on voit bien que le secteur de l'éducation aujourd'hui se questionne beaucoup par rapport à la notion de digital literacy, digital skills. Est-ce qu'on va devoir apprendre à tout le monde à coder? Est-ce que chacun doit savoir ce que c'est qu'un smart contract? Mais j'ai tendance à dire, si on se lance dans l'entrepreneuriat à un moment donné ou dans le droit, est-ce qu'on va pouvoir évacuer ce type de référentiel de connaissances et de compétences aussi qui sont associés à ça? Donc je pense que c'est un peu tôt pour parler d'éducation. Et je pense qu'on est encore plus en amont que l'éducation.
Sensibilisation plutôt.
En fait, je pense qu'on est même sur le moment d'identifier, de créer de l'intelligence avant tout. Il faut créer de l'intelligence sur la réalité collective, totalement, sur la réalité sur la réalité, les enjeux, les impacts que peuvent avoir les blockchains, mais également d'autres technologies sur localement sur un marché local, qu'il soit ici à Bruxelles ou à Kinshasa ou à Nairobi.
Tout à fait. Ça c'est la promesse aussi de la blockchain qui décentralise.
Absolument. Et la production de connaissances sur blockchain, c'est peut-être aussi un enjeu pour, pour la blockchain, pour l'écosystème blockchain.
Un jour dans la DeFi, un jour dans la finance réelle, et cette connaissance, il faut l'alimenter.
Ouais,
je te remercie en tout cas de cet échange.
Merci à toi, Christophe.
Je ne sais pas si quelqu'un ici a une question à poser, justement. Non? Voilà, beaucoup d'informations, on dit. Je te remercie en tout cas. Et je propose à toutes et à tous de nous rejoindre dans un quart d'heure pour faire un petit récapitulatif de la journée avec tout le monde. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Christophe.
Allez, la dernière. Allez, plus aussi dessus. Il y a 8000 followers sur LinkedIn. Là. Allez.
Ok, c'est parfait. Ok, thanks.
La crypto, on est crypto-friendly. Hein, donc,
Allez, un peu sérieux. Thanks everybody for joining today. I'm really happy for this first edition. So thanks all of you to make it possible. So thanks a lot. And I would like to emphasize two things. First, that without you it wasn't possible. So a big warm from myself to you about this. Really. The second thing is also about the next step. As you know, we do have the concept note about to answer the question. The first question that I asked you: how can we bring innovation into policies, tax, law, and whatever for Belgium regarding the blockchain? And this concept note that we discussed together, I propose you that we will set up some workshop later, in 1 month maybe, something like that, and that together we will draft the threats that we have in our ecosystems, legal, political, economical, societal, technological as well, or pastel we call that, and then afterwards it will be translated into a solution, and those solutions will then be able to use them and to provide it to the relevant person. And in this context, what I would like to do now is, because I see a lot of faces here, and I will try to be really one girl and one guy, so sorry guys, because you will have to start. Then what I would like to do is basically that you summarize your journey today about what you learned, and really what are your revendications, vos revendications pour l'écosystème en Belgique, et qu'est-ce qui va vraiment pas, qu'est-ce qu'on pourrait vraiment pousser à faire aller. Exemple, voilà, on a eu beaucoup de choses qui sont venues, et je vais donner le mot pour commencer à celui-là qui veut, j'aime pas se désigner.
Allez, vous bien
voilà, Marc, je te remercie. Donc Marc Toledo de Bit4You, je te remercie.
Et de Bax Belgium aussi.
Et de Bax, oui, tout à fait.
En gros, moi, je n'ai qu'une seule revendication, ce serait que nos décideurs politiques mettent en place un système de loi qui rende nos entreprises aussi compétitives que les entreprises qui ne sont pas soumises au droit belge. Et si on veut se développer, il faut absolument que la Belgique ait un cadre législatif et fiscal qui soit adapté à l'innovation. Ne laissons pas passer cette opportunité unique comme on a laissé passer l'Internet il y a 30 ans. Ce serait dommage.
Exactement. Je te remercie, Marc.
T'en prie, Christophe.
Je te propose Laurent. Vas-y.
Okay. It's a surprise, but okay. So yes, what I would say, it goes with what Mr. just said now, is that we need some legislation and some taxation new taxation law about this, because, for example, the project I was talking about, like the Women Rights Project, imagine like this is a charitable project, and when investors are buying the NFT that will serve to build a school, to support women, etc., for example, how can they get back money by the taxation on their investment? Like, it could be a way for more people to invest in money in NFTs, etc., if there is a taxation return for the investment. I was not ready.
Can I sign someone?
You are there, so let's go.
Je vais dire, on est à un carrefour, parce que la Belgique a vraiment des talents technologiques. Il y a, vous le savez, une guerre des talents aujourd'hui, et la Belgique a un vrai talent, des développeurs, des gens qui ont des idées dans ce domaine de la blockchain. Et si, comme le disait Marc tout à l'heure, on n'a pas le cadre, les beaux projets ne resteront pas en Belgique, et on va passer une opportunité fantastique, parce qu'on a encore aujourd'hui de la recherche fondamentale, on a de la recherche appliquée, on a des use cases qui sont aujourd'hui applicables dans les entreprises directement, et on a des projets pour des nouveaux business models par rapport à ces technologies de la blockchain. Et si on perd ce temps-là, eh bien, même l'Europe ne sera pas maître de ces données, ne sera pas maître de cette technologie qui va s'associer aux technologies déjà existantes, que sont l'intelligence artificielle, l'IoT, la 5G, et c'est un tout, et c'est le concept de la nouvelle technologie qui évolue tout le temps, et on a une opportunité, c'est maintenant, après ce sera trop tard.
Merci Denis. Je t'invite à désigner notre prochain camarade. Stéphane Aloïs.
Merci. So maybe I'll speak in English this time. So my recommendation, I mean, I feel not so legitimate to talk in the name of, I mean, being French and representing here the digital African ecosystem. But my recommendation would be to really get inspired by the experiences that are happening on the African continent when it comes to financial inclusion, but also other applications of blockchain. And yes, in that sense, I would support what my colleague just said, whether in terms of like regulation and taxation and fiscality, meaning that investing in blockchain is probably one of the major key to unlock issues around digital sovereignty, which is probably our major challenges. And I major challenge, I mean collectively and internationally. So yes, collaboration, international collaboration on how to develop digital sovereignty thanks to blockchain application by looking at how local applications in Africa can be inspiring would be my final word. Thank you.
So yes, so I am a student in programming, so I'm more from the technical side of things. I think that's definitely political. There needs to be a political and legal change. That's really, I mean, it's true. But I think we also, and that's something that we can do at our level, need to work on the education. We have to demystify blockchain and cryptocurrencies for the public, for the general public. And that's something that's not really accessible yet. Like most people, yeah, they know the name Bitcoin, Ethereum, maybe Dogecoin with Elon Musk, stuff like that. But that's about it. And for them, it's still really mysterious. And I think that with such initiatives, we can really make workshops and talk about cryptocurrencies and blockchain in a more accessible way for the general public.
Thank you.
Moi, je rejoins un peu tout le monde ici et je pense que je suis un peu plus optimiste parce que je vois maintenant qu'il y a beaucoup de gens qui se retrouvent, des collaborations qui se créent, tout ça, comme avec vous tous ici, et la France et Belgique. Donc, je pense qu'on est tous un peu responsables et qu'on va ramener des solutions avec le gouvernement, qu'on ne va pas juste attendre qu'eux nous en amènent, mais qu'on va collaborer aussi avec eux pour trouver des solutions. Voilà.
Et bonjour, donc moi je représente le Meetup Blockchain Bruxelles. On est 1200 membres depuis 2013. À titre personnel, je dirais que je n'ai pas particulièrement de recommandations à faire sur comment orienter les politiques publiques, mais ce qui est essentiel, c'est d'éviter ce qu'on connaît sous le nom de FUD, on va dire, Fear, Uncertainty and Doubt. Ça veut dire que, quelles que soient les décisions qui sont prises, il faut qu'elles soient claires et qu'elles soient stables. Et donc, j'inciterai tout le monde à bien réfléchir, à agir vite et à faire en sorte qu'il y ait une stabilité législative qui permet à chacun, aux startups, aux entrepreneurs, aux étudiants, de s'épanouir sur le moyen et le long terme. Voilà. Merci, Florent.
Hello, Thomas Smets from Arcadia Finance, a Belgian blockchain startup. As I already said, I think in the end of my presentation, while I'll talk with other Belgian startups, it are always the same points that I also heard today a lot. And one is legal and regulatory framework needs to be in place. Otherwise, all applications that think of going live will look for other jurisdictions where there is clarity. And secondly, create awareness. When you talk with accountants, with banks, with lawyers, and you say you want to do something in blockchain crypto, they're always very hesitant because they only hear the bad side of it, and they immediately assume that you plan to do illegal things, which is something we should avoid and do better. Thank you.
So I'm Harold Kinney from Wildchain and B-Blockchain, and I think a lot of things have been said by my colleagues. I am the end of the peloton, but I would say, yes, I agree with all that's been said, and if I can point on something, we also have to protect the consumer, because it's really important. If we come back to 2017 with ICOs, a lot of people lose lost a lot of money. So it's something we have to take into account also together with the politicians and the regulatory frameworks. It's very important. And what can I say more? I would say let's make Belgium the center of Europe again, if I can say. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Koen Vingeroots, working for Deloitte. I've been active in blockchain since 2014, which is quite a while. I'm still here, so I clearly didn't buy Bitcoin. I was on the enterprise side doing a lot of projects, and one of the things I've learned is that people are quite afraid of the things that exist already, like legislation, like taxation. We just don't know how it works, so a regulatory sandbox would help us way more than crying for new things, in my opinion. But that's something we can start to work on as of today. The second thing is Belgium is a country of SMEs. From an enterprise side, it's a bit tougher to start collaboration, but still it's something that can be done, especially if a government puts itself behind it. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity today to be here at the launch of Blockchain for Belgium. I think it's a great thing. And third, the world is big and it's changing fast. Coming from the enterprise blockchain space, it's quite strange and often flabbergasting to see all the things move that fast in DeFi, the launch pads and NFT and the metaverse of Web 3.0. It's a very fast evolution, and we cannot stay behind. We can, of course, wait until everything is done and then try to do our own take of it, but it's just better to be on the cutting edge and shape the world as it will be. Thank you.
Je vais le faire en français pour la parité, parce qu'il y a beaucoup d'anglais, donc on va pas équilibrer. Non, moi je suis ébahi par tout ce qui vient d'être dit, parce que je crois qu'il y a une volonté, un courage, un dynamisme qui est là. Donc je pense que s'il y a des politiciens qui ne savent pas comment faire, mais qui se disent tiens, il faudrait peut-être le faire. Je pense que vous avez une team ici qui est composée d'une partie, mais il y en a encore plein d'autres. Donc je pense qu'il y a vraiment beaucoup de gens qui sont partants pour réfléchir à des solutions. Et donc c'est un peu le message, c'est qu'il y a des solutions. Donc travaillons ensemble pour faire ce que vous avez dit. Voilà.
Voilà, ça se termine la première édition. À peut-être dans 6 mois. Et merci beaucoup. Et à bientôt. Au revoir.
Merci.
Merci à tous.
Merci.
À très bientôt.
Je pensais que je vais...
Bravo pour l'organisation. Hein,
Ah non, I'm not nominated. I'm just going to drink and eat.